Hi guys, are you guys ready to make a Halloween junk journal? I am so excited for this project. Hello, welcome into everyone who is here. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me on Friday night while we begin. Now my email address is showing up red. I guess it's Halloween themed. Last week it wouldn't show up at all. This week it is showing up in red. I tried to take readers off because I thought maybe it would help me see. It only made it worse, of course. There we go. Sorry about the reflection in the glasses. It just is what it is. So guys, hello. How did your week go? We made it to the weekend. We made it to Friday. We survived. Awesome. Well, I see lots of you guys in here already. Let me go ahead and say my hellos and we will get started straight away with less chit chat this time around. So I do see we have Lindsay, Debbie, Susan, Helen. Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Oh my gosh. Thank you for joining. And Joanne, thank you. Brenda is here. Thank you for joining. So we're going to start the Halloween junk journal kit. That was the September kit, junk journal kit of the month. Next month for October, we have a new junk journal kit coming out. I will tell you more about it towards the end of September. For right now, this is the first video in this series. I will be live tonight making the journal and also tomorrow morning making the journal. They're separate Craft With Me lives, so I won't, no content will be repeated. It will be two separate sessions of making the journal. So we're going to do Saturdays throughout the entire month of September. So there will be Friday night crafting, and then there will be a whole nother craft session every Saturday. And that's the way that we're going to work through getting these journals finished before we start October's project. I need to switch the email address. I don't know why it's doing that, but let's just go ahead and get that switched. Yeah, we don't need it in red. We'll put it back to white. I like it in white. There we go. At least it's showing up today. I'm happy about that. So crazy cameras. I don't know what they do every time I turn them off and on. It's like little gremlins get in here and just do whatever, they feel like doing. Anyway, I'm glad it's working. Ria is tuning in from a hotel. That's awesome. Hello, Maria C. Hello. Hope everything is going well with you guys. So it's Friday. Do you guys have big plans for the weekend? Does anyone have anything going on? I'm just crafting and then packing and shipping. That's really my weekend. Hello, Kendall. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so just excited to get this project started. You can see on the table behind me, I brought in a little folding table and brought in some supplies so that we can get all set up. On Saturday, we might get into some mixed media today, but I think on in the morning, we're going to start doing some mixed media projects, prepping some surfaces that I want to use in this journal. So mixed media, if you have any like Tim Holtz sprays, inks, stencils, if you have stencil resist spray, embossing powder, you can emboss through a stencil. You can do many different ways, but tomorrow is going to be mixed media day for these journals. We haven't really done mixed media play in a journal series before, so that's what I have planned for tomorrow. I'm giving you guys a heads up now so that you can get out your supplies and be prepared for tomorrow. The Craft With Me tomorrow starts 7 a.m. my time, and I'm in Arizona, and it's 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just figure out whatever time zone you are in. It is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for the start time in the morning. And we're going to get straight away into the mixed media projects. That way everything can kind of dry, and then we'll continue playing with them. Ria has no crafting things. No crafting things. Well, that would be really difficult, but it is supposed to probably be a vacation or something. So yeah, no crafting on vacation, sitting by the beach or just chilling out. I don't know. Oh, awesome. That sounds fun, a vacation. Kendall got the kit. She's ready to go. Hopefully everyone except for 2 people who asked for combined shipping have a kit. Other than that, everyone should have a kit. They were shipped priority mail is now saying 5 days, but they were shipped in time. Everyone should have their kit. It may be in your mailbox right now if you didn't get your mail on the way home from work or whatever today, but everyone should have a kit. If you don't have it, priority mail, hopefully tomorrow, soon anyway. But you don't necessarily have to have the kit to do the things that we're going to be doing today. Today, the goal is to construct the cover, which if you don't have your kit yet, obviously you're not going to be punching your holes in your bingo cards or whatever. Maybe some of you aren't going to make the bingo card for the front cover of your journal. So we're going to work on the cover construction. These journals for me are going to be ring bound journals. So a ring bound journal is different in a lot of ways than a standard journal where you sew in a signature. One of the things that I enjoy most about making ring bound journals is that you can take the pages out to work on the pages separately. So hence all the mixed media play, right? We're going to be using I'm going to use the bingo cards as the covers. Then I'm going to construct the back cover. I'll punch my holes. I'll get rings put in them. I'll make a template for punching the holes in the pages of the journal. And then from there, we will begin to construct the journal pages. In this series, I'm going to use digitals, but not the way that you would use digitals as like kit pages, journal pages, that kind of thing. More for just little ephemera or decorative elements. So we're going to make our journal cover, make the pages. Tomorrow we will start mixed media work, or later today, depending on how things go. We'll start mixed media work in it on the pages. After we get mixed media done, from there, it's going to go pretty fast because the ring bound journals, you really are like, when you make it, you kind of approach it differently than you do a standard journal, from the sense of you can take the pages out, obviously, but we're a normal journal with sewn in signatures. I like to work where I make all the ephemera and then put all the ephemera in. Like I glue all my pockets in and stuff my pockets kind of at the very end. With a ring bound journal, I'm planning on working on it page by page. So I can do the entire page layout on both sides of the page because the pages turn, right? So yeah, that's kind of how I'm approaching making this one. I'm going to flip the camera down. I'm going to go through the kit really quickly. The journal kits are still available. The way that you purchase, I get a lot of questions about this every time we do a journal kit. The way that you purchase a journal kit, if you haven't purchased one already, or if you want to purchase a second one, they are still available. There's 17 of them left. You can purchase the journal kit by emailing me or by reaching out to me on Facebook Messenger. A lot of you guys watch it on Facebook. It's a craft with me, so watching on Facebook is totally fine. The commenting is a little bit more finicky because I'm streaming it to YouTube, which also streams to Facebook. But so just know if you have a problem with commenting, you might have to hop over to YouTube, but watching on Facebook should be just fine. And then from there, if you just send me a message, if you want to purchase, we will work it out. I invoice through Square. It's very simple, same kind of thing as my live sales. Anyway, great kit. I'm glad you guys like it. I loved putting them together. They were very fun to make, the kit, and I'm dying to play with the stuff. So without more talking, let me flip the camera down and we will get started. And I can kind of show you guys some of the things that I pulled out to play in the journal with too. It was a week. Awesome, awesome. Glad you're having a fun trip. Okay, so just trying to reach out. Let me turn the monitor so I can actually see it while I'm crafting. Okay, so the kit. The kit included a bunch of Tim Holtz ephemera pieces, random Tim Holtz ephemera pieces. It included some pieces of Tim Holtz paper. It included the rings to bind your journal with. If you're not familiar, this is how we bind ring-bound journals. It included a vintage bingo card for what I'm using as my cover. You don't have to use it as the cover. These are awesome, oversized bingo cards. They're very, very large. So for me, I have already punched the holes in one just to make sure that we could before I had this plan. So I'm going to punch the holes in the one I'm actually making tonight so we can go through that process together. But we're going to punch holes in it. And then from there, these go through the holes, and then you add your pages the same way. We need to make a template so that all of the pages, the holes are lined up in the same place. So we'll do that together too. And the bingo cards, some of you guys got this style of one and some of you guys got one of these style. They're all the same, but slight variations of each other. So that's what I'm going to use for the cover. If you guys are having trouble finding your Tim Holtz bits, they are all located inside of the brown craft sack. I put all the tiny things in there, the papers, whatever, just I didn't want them to fall out on the floor. Your rings are also in there. This I'm planning on using either as a page, a pocket page, or I can tear it up and use it to decorate a page or ephemera or all kinds of other things. You got one of these, and you also got the CD envelope that it goes in. So for now, I'm going to set it to the side. This kit is all out of order because I've shown it several times. So we got an assortment of regular book pages. These ones, little bits of ephemera. These are just regular vintage book pages, some French encyclopedia. This is a vintage stock certificate or stock order form, sales order form. You got a strip of vintage stickers to decorate with. You got black, it's kind of like a yarn tassel trim. It's vintage. There's some vintage white lace, which you could stain or dye. There's white and black creepy cloth. And there is a piece of tissue paper. The tissue paper is great for decoupaging down over top of other elements. It's very see-through, especially after you put collage medium on it to stick it down. So we hopefully will get to play with that. But that's included in every kit. And then there's some smaller ephemera. I'm going to use this for a pocket. You could coffee dye these pieces if you didn't like them. This is going to be a tuck. This will probably be a page. You got one or the other. There were two different styles, which is why I have both here. Those are vintage. We're going to decorate a bingo card, either just as a journal card itself, or it can be a writing board if you make your journal very three-dimensional. There's a vintage Yahtzee scorecard. On the back of mine, I'm going to glue this down. They're a little bit fragile because they are super old. I don't know how old, but at least from the 50s. So I think you can glue, what I'm going to do is glue coffee dyed paper on the back of mine and then probably use it as a page just to strengthen it. And then you've got an assortment of the Italian letterpress papers in a variety of either kind of Tim Holtz or Halloween or steampunk style of patterns. You've got some other little fun pieces to play with. Some vintage Halloween sack. You either got this one or this one. You got a plastic marquee letter. Again, that will be a small page, I believe. A couple little ticket things. You got an assortment of tags. This tag here. This is a long envelope. So you can make a long tag, a tall tag, and put it in the envelope. And then you got library card and library pocket. An assortment of layaway, repair, etc. tags. Got a time card. This is the CD envelope that this goes inside of, and we'll make that together too. So that goes together. Then you got a regular envelope, a regular black envelope. This is a super big policy envelope. It opens over here. I'm either going to cut mine or wrap it around a page, not sure yet. And you got one or the other of a orange or black, either polka dot or stripe. Craft sack, lots of sacks and card or envelopes and things to play with. Then you got an assortment of rag paper. These are all folios of antique rag paper. Most of it is French. There might be some German or something like that, but folios of rag paper to play with to make pages. For me, I'm going to glue mine together and strengthen them and make some pages out of them. My journal, the ring bound, I do like to make my pages thick as possible, because turning the pages in a ring bound, you can use the hole reinforcers, and I will do that too. But thicker pages do work better in a ring-bound journal than regular standard paper. You can use it, absolutely. It still works okay. It does, but you might risk tearing it. Just, it's a little different of an animal. So I usually try to make mine thicker. So this is just showing you some of the Tim Holtz ephemera that you may or may not have gotten. I mean, everybody got some, but which pieces you got, you know, I don't know. But there was an assortment, couple sheets of paper and little tiny bits of ephemera and things. Everyone got a vintage milk cap and a vintage little bingo token. I'm going to make a charm this time. So the hopefully very last video we make, we're going to construct a charm. So you're going to need jewelry making supplies if you have them. If you don't want to make a charm, you don't have to. But some chains, some vintage junk jewelry, other kinds of bits and pieces. I'll go over that as we get closer. But these will end up being charms as a kind of like dangle, a charm dangle off of my journal. Okay, then you got a vintage orange bordered stock certificate. This came from France. It's just kind of parchment looking paper. And then there were 2 sheets of this. I'm just going to glue mine together or glue mine on coffee dyed paper to strengthen them. And then there's graph paper like this, graph paper like that. Oops. And then a big sheet of ledger paper. The ledger paper is fairly thick. This is French notebook paper, and it also has an interesting graph pattern on it. There is like a goldish colored parchment paper also. And then there are sheets of coffee dyed paper. All of this was in the kit. And then cardstock in plain and pattern. Everyone got different cardstock. The cardstock is extremely thick and good quality. This is a sheet of ivory cardstock in case you don't have any for tags or pockets or whatever. These materials here, you got 2 sheets. Sorry about the camera. You got 2 sheets of very, very thick. Sorry, autofocus is turned off. 2 sheets of very thick watercolor card, and you got a sheet of corrugated cardboard. This is what I'm constructing my back cover with. So we will do that together. Then you got a sheet of this. These are vintage book pages. This is vintage Edith Holden, vintage dictionary, and it's just, you know, a different kind of large font. And then some music paper if you didn't have any, and some more like technical paper. So it is a big kit. It was the maximum size pretty much that I could shove into a flat rate envelope. And just so you know, flat rate shipping costs more than the $8, but I only charge everyone $8 shipping when they purchase a kit. And then I pay whatever it costs above and beyond that. I just feel like, you know, the kit's already costing what it costs. And so if we could kind of meet in the middle on shipping, then that worked out. So let's kind of get this put back together in some kind of fashion. And I will pick it up and get started on the cover. The first thing that we're going to do is punch our holes in our bingo card if you're using a bingo card. If you're not making a ring bound journal, then you make whatever kind of journal that you know you want to make, that you have in your head that you're trying to construct. You could very easily use one piece of the watercolor cardstock and just cover it with either collage. You could cover it with book page. You could cover it with a digital that you liked, and then fold that and make a 9x6 journal. This is a 9x12 sheet of watercolor cardstock, and it's really thick. It's my choice material for using a paper cover, for making a paper cover journal. So this is thick enough if you want to make a standard 9x6 journal. All of the rest of this you can use in a 9x6 journal. And then if you don't want to use the bingo card, you'll have the bingo card as home decor. It's, you know, just set it somewhere. It's just a vintage orange and black bingo card. And all the little doors open and close on your bingo card. That's the way that the bingo game worked. That's how they marked when they, you know, the number was called, they marked it out. And then when you got, you know, 5 in a row, you would have bingo. That's the way the bingo cards work. They're all stitched around. They're really, really nice bingo cards. Super thick, super sturdy. And I just had the other bingo card, but much, much bigger than your standard bingo card. Like this is a big bingo card and the cover is easily 2 of them. So much, much bigger, plenty big enough for a journal. I don't know where this goes now. I try to keep it in order just so I can find stuff later as I'm working in it, but we'll just put it there for now. The bingo card also would make a great topper on top of the little bingo card would make a great topper. I'm going to be making a topper to go on top of the bingo card, either as a separate turnable page or something that's glued to the bingo card. So today I'm going to punch holes in this guy. This one I already punched holes in, and I make 3 journals at a time. For anyone who is new here, I will be making 3 at a time, and I will work through one with you. I might make extra ephemera here or there for the other ones. So let's get that moved out of the way. And let's get this. I had a bin for this at one point. I don't know where it went, but I filled the bin with other things, I'm quite certain. So pull out any Tim Holtz ephemera that you have. If you don't have Halloween, it doesn't matter. Most of the stuff in his Halloween ephemera can be used year-round anyway. Honestly, it can. There's a couple little things that are poison or have a skeleton or whatever. The rest of it is just a darker color palette of ephemera. So any type, like this is not Halloween, any type of Tim Holtz ephemera goes great in this one. Let's do 2 things at once. Let's start punching our holes in this, and let's construct the back cover. The back cover needs to glue just a little bit before I hole punch it. So I'm going to go ahead and glue that first, and then I'm going to punch holes in this. The thing that I'm using to punch the holes in the bingo card is this little crocodile. So these are available on Amazon. I do not have a link for you, but you can easily find it. It either comes without the case or with the case. I keep a little cheat sheet in here because I have different size eyelets, and there's 3 different size eyelets that I have in here. So this little cheat sheet tells me the nib combination for whatever size eyelet I have. So you can see my little cheat sheet. So that's what I keep in here, and then a little practice thing or whatever. But you can get the holes punched in your bingo card just with this little guy here. So I'm going to pull him out because we're going to punch something. You could put eyelets in your holes if you wanted to. I'm going to see how they would fit with the rings before I commit to doing it. But things are always falling out of here. So let's get started. Let's glue this first. I'm going to have a seat. And for gluing the cardstock back cover piece together, I'm going to use art glitter glue. And it's because all of these pieces are thick. The watercolor cardstock, it's 2 sheets of very thick watercolor cardstock, and then a sheet of corrugate. This is actually like thin corrugated cardboard, and I needed it for the thickness. So I'm going to sandwich it because it's not strong enough on its own. You could use cardboard, but cardboard is pretty easily bent, right? We've all seen shipping boxes where they get pretty crushed. So to strengthen the cardboard, also for thickness, I'm going to sandwich the cardboard in between the 2 sheets of watercolor paper. So we need to glue both pieces of watercolor paper to our corrugate. If you're making your journal the way I'm making it, you probably should cut yours to size before you glue it together, just because the thicker it gets, the harder it's going to be to cut, right? So let's go ahead and cut this to size. The first thing we need to do is figure out, well, what size do we need to cut it to? This bingo card is going to be my template. So I'm just lining it up, and it doesn't matter if it's perfect, non-perfect, it doesn't matter. I just lined it up on this side over here and on the bottom, just flush. Again, if it's slightly off, it's not going to matter. And then take a pencil, whatever you want to do, and kind of draw an outline around it. And I'm even going to draw around the corners, just so I can cut the corners. So I'm going to do it on one, and then I'm going to flip it over and do it on this one. And then I'm going to do it on the piece of corrugate itself. And it doesn't matter if you're slightly off. It's all going to work out in the end. So there's that. And the reason why I put it to one edge is because you really only have to cut two sides then. Rather than just putting it in the middle, if you line it up to the edge of the cardstock, you only have to cut this one and this one. And then we're going to do it on this. And I'm just trying to make the back cover a similar thickness to the front cover. That's my whole goal with gluing all of these things together. And I want to glue it so it can dry. I think I said that. So let's get our glitter glue. Not quite yet. I said cut it first. Goodness. I'm excited. I want to get making. Okay. So this one is 9 inches. So I don't think it's going to fit in there. We're going to use this guy. My cutters are all back behind me over my head. So I'm going to use this one. You use whatever cutter you feel comfortable using. If you have the Caterpillar or any other type of heavy duty cutter, that's probably going to be a better bet. It may take a couple of passes for me to get through this one. We'll see. So just line it up on your line as best as you can. I was a little crooked there. Let me trim off my little crooked bit. Yeah, I can see. There we go. Okay. And then cut that side. And so I want my edges to be as straight as I can get them. You can see that the line is actually crooked. So just try to make yours as straight as you can. And then we're going to scissor cut by hand the corners, or you can use a rounded corner punch if you have one that matches the angle. You could save your leftover bits for the mixed media project tomorrow. This watercolor cardstock would be great. I don't really think I need the strip, but actually I might save it. We might use that to reinforce the edge of a page. So I will go over several different methods of, so when you make a ring bound journal, you got to make your pages reinforced so that they don't just pull out of the rings. So you know how you can stick the little hole reinforcers on? That's one way. You can also make your own hole reinforcer kind of like sticker or strip of paper when you hole punch and then glue this down. I'll go over all of that when we make our pages, but there are several ways you can do it. You don't have to have, I'm going to try to cut this. I've never cut corrugate on here, so we'll see together how this works out. Well, it scored it, if nothing else. It almost cut it, almost. Maybe if I did it one more time, I don't know, I just think it's too thick. So I'm going to scissor cut it after that, or can I actually put it back through on this side? Let's see. So yeah, I guess it will. It will cut it one way on, halfway through on one side and halfway through on the other side. Cool, because this piece is about the right size to make a topper. So you can trim it down to whatever height you want, but this is about the right width to construct our topper. So I'll save that too. Okay, we're done with the cutter for the moment. And that guy. And let's cut the corners off of all 3 of these. I'm going to try the corner rounder and see how we like that. This is the We Are a Memory Keeper Crocodile Corner Chomper. Again, Amazon, I'm sure. Local craft store if you have one. Let's see what it looks like on the half. I can tell it's not going to be enough, but it at least gives me kind of a smidge of a shape. And it's not quite right there, but we'll see how that goes. But this chomps through the thick watercolor cardstock too. And from here, I'm just going to trim it by hand with scissors. I don't think it's going to chomp through. I might actually break it. Oh, it does. It cuts it like a champ, actually. So it actually cuts through the corrugate as well. I was afraid to do it. I really thought I was going to break it. So I corner rounded all 4 corners. I'm sure we need to empty it after that. It's like, please don't cut cardboard with me, crazy lady. Okay. Hello, Melanie. Hello, hello. Let's get these lined up and just take stock of like where you're at. So whatever side I drew my pencil marks on, when I actually glue it together, my pencil marks are going to be on the inside. So like right now, you can see my pencil marks. I'm going to probably hand cut all that away anyway, but if I don't, I'm going to put them on the inside just so that they're not there. Let me take a look and see. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't cut this. I'm like, what's wrong with this picture? Because you didn't cut that side. Let me get the trimmer quick and cut that side. Goodness. Did I tell you guys I was excited? I love making seasonal makes. They're so much fun. I cannot wait till we make Christmas. When you guys were saying that you would be, most of you would be ready for Christmas makes in October, you made me so very happy because, you know, I like Christmas. So making Christmas early is always a good thing in my book. Okay, good. Awesome. Now we're good. Okay. And then corner chomp again, just because I didn't cut that side and we want to cut it on the half. Now I'm trying to rush. There we go. So let me see where we line up with our front cover. We are really, really close. So just trimming those corners and then we're good. So my pencil mark, my super sharp scissors. I probably should use small ones, but we're going to go with these. And just follow your pencil mark around slowly but surely. And don't leave any like little burr sticking out because it'll be there when you're done. Like every time there's just a little tiny nub that sticks out. And so this one, I can see my pencil mark is just a little bit right there. Probably because it's crooked. And there's that one. That one, I'm pretty sure my pencil just went under it, but let's check. Let's check with the actual one. We are so close. So this one just needs rounded a little bit, and then we're good. Awesome. Okay. There's that one. And there's this one. A little burr right here. Yeah, so I'm so excited to get up 7 a.m. Well, I have to get up before 7, obviously, but we start here at 7. which is really early. Like, I mean, no, it's not really early, but it's early on a Saturday to get in your craft room and start doing a live video. I will say that. I'm excited. It's going to be so much fun. I love making with Tim Holtz stuff. Everything always just goes together because I have a vintage, you know, crafty style anyway. So yeah, Tim Holtz stuff just makes my job so much easier. All right, for the cardboard, it also needs a little trim. These scissors are sharp enough to cut through it, just like paper. So I'm just trimming. And on the cardboard, since it's your middle layer, if it is just a hair smaller than your outside, you know, your white watercolor pieces, all the better. You don't need to purposely cut it smaller, but if it just naturally ends up that way, that would be good too. So I'm just kind of checking. Like a little bit of a rough edge right there. Okay, I think we've got it. Put them together again. Okay. I can see we're just ever so slightly tall here. And really, that's all I'm going to worry about is just the height right there. So let me trim down these just a tiny little bit, and then we're good. Again, they didn't need to be perfect. This, you know, again, Tim Holtz makes it easy for us. Vintage lends its eye very well to being a little more grungy, a little more imperfect. Yeah, so we're good. I'm going to leave them there. If you wanted to, you could give those little edges, after you glue them together, a light sand. You don't need to, but if you wanted to, a light sand with like a nail file, or if you have a paper distressing sanding block, that would work too. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's glue them. Hello, Kelly. Kelly's Creative Dreams. Hello and welcome. So I'm going to glue close to the edge, not all the way around, or not on the edge, but close to the edge. Goodness. That's what I get for trying to reach out. And I'm going to punch the holes for the rings after these have dried. And you can see that I am putting quite a bit of glue, not a ton, but quite a bit. And I'm going to go right around the edge one more time, a little thicker and slower. While I don't want my glue to ooze out, I definitely don't want my corners or edges to pull up either. Since this is a cover, I kind of would rather err on the side of caution than not. Just for good measure. Okay. Then this is our glitter. So pretty much once this piece goes on, it generally sticks pretty quick. You have a second to do some adjusting. So when you stick this down, you want to immediately pick it up, tap it down on your surface to make sure that it is all squared up. You'll see me do it here on this side. So this one goes this way. See how I'm off? Tap it, push it, squeeze it together with your hands on both sides and push it down with your thumbs on the top, making sure that everything is all squared up. Okay, you can do a little trimming later if you feel like you need to, if something got off or whatever. But for now, that's that. And that one's done. I mean, I'm just pressing the edges, kind of moving out some of that glue. And I can see I have a little trimming to do. That's okay. That's okay. Let's work on this side. Ooh, too close. So when I'm done putting this one on, I'm going to set this aside and I'm going to use the Crop-A-Dile to punch the holes in the front cover. You're going to want to measure and find where you want to place your rings, or you could just, you could just eyeball it. That's fine too. For me, I am going to try to evenly space them because I do have 3 rings. You don't have to use all 3 rings. You could use 2. I originally planned the journal with 2 and then went back and decided that I was probably going to use 3. So I put in 3 for everyone so that we could all make it the same. But they're, if you wanted a little more kind of like messy stitching is perfectly imperfect, then just eyeball it. Hi, Wendy. Hello, hello. Wendy K. All right, let's glue this one on. So same thing, put it down, pick it up quick, and then squish it. Squish it together on the sides, and then push it down with your thumb. The back cover, for whatever reason, this one that we just did, fit a lot more closely than my front one did. I didn't take the time to trim enough, apparently. So that's okay. We will correct it. No big deal. And then we're going to ink around all of these edges and or put paste around all of these edges. And then we're going to do whatever fun work you want to do. If you want it mixed media you can. You could have sprayed and inked and all that your cardstock first if you wanted to. This is so thick you don't really have to do it ahead of time. You could do it later. I may be covering mine with paper. I'm not sure yet. I didn't get that far ahead. So this is what we ended up with. We ended up with watercolor cardstock on both sides and our corrugate in the middle. So let me set that aside to dry. And let's work on this guy. So we need to find where we're going to put our, like, did I not put my ruler back in here? No, it was just hiding. Where we're going to put our holes. So you're going to need your rings if you're making a ring bound journal. If you're not making a ring bound journal, then you skip this step and you make whatever kind of cover you want to make. For me, I'm going to use the bingo card. When you put your holes in, this bingo card has stitching around it. You don't, if you can avoid it, you want to put your hole a little further in, not super far, but a little further in so that the hole doesn't go through the stitching. If you do end up going through the stitching, it's not the end of the world. It's just, I would rather avoid it if I can. So you're going to punch your hole with the big hole punch side of the Crop-A-Dile. Crop-A-Diles have a small hole punch, a small one, and a large one. We're going to punch it with the large size. So we just need to find a center point for our center ring, and then we measure the distance from there out and find the center of that. This bingo card measures just like 8 inches and an 1/8 of an inch, maybe 8 and almost a quarter. So the center point is 4 1/16 roughly. So I'm just going to kind of line it up and you could use your grid mat, but I'm going to cheat and just line it up that way so that my ruler is perfectly straight with it. Okay. And then from there, I said it was 8, and let's just call it a quarter, and I'll do 4 1/16. It's not exactly center, but it's pretty close. And I'm using a pencil, and I'm just making a dot big enough for my eye to see. You make a dot. My dot is right here. You make a dot that you can see if you want to use a Sharpie or whatever you want to use. And just because my dot's there doesn't necessarily mean Whenever I do this, it's just to give my eye an idea of where it is, and then I punch, from there. Like it may not punch the exact whole dot. It doesn't matter. It's in pencil. The point of it is from the center, you now have two halves. You want to divide each one of these two halves in half again. Or you could go, just an inch in if you wanted to. You could do it however you want. But if you want your rings exactly evenly spaced, you would divide the distance from your center to your edge in half and then put another ring there and another ring here. You could do the 1 inch. Maybe we'll just do 1 inch in. It's easier. You could just do 1 inch in. Let's just do it. So I'm just going to do 1 inch. It doesn't really matter. No right or wrong way. And then just to make sure that I've got it here, I'm just cheating and using basically like a straight edge to line everything up together. So now my bingo card is marked 1 inch in from the bottom. So this is 1 inch, 1 inch in from the top, and then in the center. Doesn't exactly look centered, but it is centered. These little slidey things throw you off because, of course, the little slidey thing couldn't be centered, right? So anyway, we're going to punch our hole. Yeah, we're going to punch our hole. Here's how we're going to do it. We are going to set the depth. So if you didn't know, two things about this. A lot of people think theirs is broken when they get it. These little crocodiles have a pin that keeps it closed. A lot of people think it's broken. You push the pin, you squeeze the handles together just slightly and push the pin in. I'll show you again just in case. Some people say theirs is broken, but it's really just the pin. So you kind of have to squeeze the handle just a tiny little bit, push the pin in. So the pin is out on this side and my handle's open. But when I push the pin in, my handles don't open all the way. You can't, the little teeth over here don't open. So, for new people, that's a thing. The large hole is what we're going to do. And so the large hole says it is 3/16 of an inch. Yeah, even with readers on, it's 3/16 of an inch of a hole. So it has a little depth setting black slidey thing. You can slide it up and you can slide it down. So when I put my bingo card in here and line up my little pencil dot that we drew, I want my pencil dot to be visible through the hole here in the top, so I know I'm in the right place. But I also want to set my depth so that when I punch these other holes, they just line up better. You don't have to, but the depth set thing is there, so you might as well. So the first one, I'm going to try to show you on camera. I'm going to slide it in, find wherever my pencil thing is. I don't know where it is because I can't see it right now. Right there. Now it's centered. So I don't know if you can see my pencil mark, but my pencil mark is in the little hole. Well, it was. It's there now. Right there. See my little pencil mark? That's what you're looking for. But before you punch it, you can squeeze it to hold, just ever so slightly squeeze it to hold your bingo card, and then push that little depth setting black slidey thing all the way up, making sure that your pencil mark stays centered in your hole, if that's what you're aiming for. I'm actually going to line mine up a little more to the top. Yeah, a little more to the top of my hole. And then I'm going to set my depth setter and I'm going to punch it. Now, because this card is super, super thick, you want to take your pokey tool and poke out that little bit that we just got stuck in there. It just eventually clogs it up. So first of all, you can't see your mark for the next one, but also it clogs it up and your hole puncher will not punch as nice and clean of a hole if this is clogged. So we cleaned it out. Our depth setter is still set. We're going to punch the next one. So you put it in, You line it up and you punch it. And if you need to clean it out, you clean it out. And then punch the last one. And it actually punches through the bingo card really nicely. That was it. That was all that was to punch through the bingo card. Okay, so we're not done yet. Don't put your hole puncher away. We have a couple more things to do. So the next thing we need to do is we need to make a template. A template is going to show us where we punch these holes in every page that we make for this journal. When you use rings to bind your journal, your holes for your pages have to be in the exact same location, or your pages will not line up and you will not be able to get your ring through. There is a very simple, easy solution to this problem. You just make a template. It's very easy. So I'm actually just going to use a piece of our scrap watercolor cardstock. A, because it's nice and thick and sturdy, and B, because it's here. So all you do to make a template is you find some sturdy piece of cardstock works best, line it up with your bingo card. We're going to mark this edge here because I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut it off. Mark the edge. So you squared it up. You squared it up, you made sure it was all in the right place, and you marked your edge. And then you cut off that edge. It doesn't have to be perfectly straight. It doesn't matter. The edge is not important, other than it's going to help you line up your template with the rest of your pages. So here we go. I made sure I cut off all my pencil marks. Okay, so then your cardstock is now cut to the same size as your bingo card, height-wise, right? Same size. Push it down on your craft mat, line it up perfectly. And then what you want to do is take your pencil and mark your holes. Just color them in. You've got it all lined up. You're pushing down on your craft mat. You're holding it securely, and just color in those holes. Okay, now our holes are marked. From there, this is super basic, and if you know all this, I apologize, but we have lots of new people. Then your depth is still set. Remember I said set the depth setter? Your depth is still set. You put the cardstock in, you line up wherever your hole is. See my pencil mark right there? There's my pencil mark. See how you can see it? And then you punch it. This template we will use to punch the holes in every single page that we make. I'm emptying it out every time because you can't see where you're going. Okay, so this is our template. It's not a page in your journal. It can be later if you want to turn it into your last page after you've punched all your other holes. But for now, it's just a template for punching the holes in the right location for the rest of your pages. So you can see when you line the two up, and before you move any further, you need to write top at the very top. This shows you that from the top of your page, all of your holes line up. See how you can see my finger or nothing through the holes? Because the holes are perfectly lined up. That's what you want your template to look like. And also you want to mark the top, because if you accidentally used it this way, your holes might be off slightly. Mine would just slightly be off. So mark the top of your paper before you get confused. So the side that says top is so say we were punching this dictionary page right here. We will make some pages here in just a second, but say we were going to punch this dictionary page. I know it's too big, but say we were going to punch holes in it to use it as a page. you would just put this here and then mark your holes and then punch them. Okay. That's what your template is for. You could try to punch through your template, but I'm going to tell you right now, you will end up ruining your template. Don't try to put your page and your template together like this and then think, oh, I'm going to skip the step of marking them and I'm just going to punch them. You will mess up your template every time. It's off just ever so slightly. And then over time, your perfectly round hole starts to become an oval or gets out of shape. So just take the step to mark it with a pencil and then hole punch it. Okay. So that's that. Mark which end. Oh yes, I didn't see you, Sandry. Yes, mark which end is top. Sorry, my monitor is off to the side. It's not directly in front of me. I wish it was, but I have to actually turn my head away from what I'm doing to read what you guys are saying. Oh, Maria, I'm glad that she's on the road to recovery. That's awesome. Okay, so from there, sorry, it's going to get very loud here. Let me close the door for a second. Sorry, guys. Somebody ring the doorbell, and the dog always barks so loud when the doorbell rings. So anyway, as I was saying, we're going to move on to making some pages. But before we do that, let me see how the back cover is looking and get that one finished. So we've got front cover ready. We've got template. Let's look at the back cover. We're going to use this template to punch our back cover also. So I can tell because it's cold, it's not quite done, not quite dry, but we're going to start trimming just a little bit of the bits that need to be trimmed off, and then I'm going to cover it. So I can see I need a little bit off this corner. I just chose a side and decided to trim whatever was overhanging. Again, it doesn't really matter that much. OCD is getting the better of me right now. Sorry, dog. I don't know what it is, but certain breeds of dogs, they're just probably all breeds of dogs, honestly. But the doorbell, they can't do it. They hate it. They're not fans of the doorbell. I don't know if they think like, I don't know, pizza's getting delivered. For my dog, that's probably what she's thinking. But it's like the doorbell rings and somebody gives us food to eat. They think it's magic. I don't know. Maybe it scares them, the noise. It hurts their ears. I don't know. Okay, so I've trimmed it to where I'm happy. There was just that little bit that needed trimmed. Again, you didn't really even need to, but it's done now. So those can stay here. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, a little paper file would be really good. A little paper sander would be really good. I don't think I have any sander. I actually do. So they have these Tim Holtz Distress Sanding Discs. You can use them. You could use a nail file. You could use whatever. I'm going to sand this just on the edge ever so briefly. So if you didn't know, that's what they are. And they fit on the end of your ink dauber. So we're going to need this here. So you know how your blending foams fit on there? Your little sanding discs also just fit right on there. I will tell you that the little sand does come off of the sanding disc ever so slightly. And so you want to do it on something that you can either like dump in the trash, like your surface, like tip it up and dump the little sandy bits in the trash, or make sure that you use like a Swiffer or a baby wipe or something. If you are going to use a glass crafting mat, this sanding disc will scratch your glass crafting mat. I know glass crafting mats, they say you can use a razor blade and all these other things on it, but sanding stuff will scratch your glass craft mats. So if you have glass, I would suggest you not like sand on your craft mat. I'm just taking it ever so slightly to the edge. Think of it just like a nail file for your nails. Just rounding over that new cut edge of your nails. It just makes it feel a little better in the hand. It's a great distress tool if you didn't, you didn't want to use it for this purpose. It's a great distress tool. It adds like perfect scratch marks to anything. I'm just going over both sides of it, kind of with a heavy hand, just rounding over that edge. So if you ever were trying to make like paper look antique, I will say start with a light hand and then go to a thick hand. You can see like there's little bits of dust coming off. You don't want to be breathing that little bits of dust in either. But we're just distressing up and sanding up, rounding over that edge. So if anything wasn't perfectly straight and lined up, it is now. And there are no sharp edges that are like perfectly brand new cut. Okay. I'm glad those were in there. So everything feels pretty good. I want my corners to be perfectly rounded, and this tool does the trick for that wonderfully. Makes them perfectly rounded. Just like that bingo card, because it's been around for so long, its corners are not perfect anymore. They have a little bit of a bevel to them because over time, they got bumped and whatever. So this is a really nice way of doing this. I'm glad this was in there. Cool. Okay. I could do it for a while, as you can see. I think we've got it pretty good. A little more there. So this is really strengthening or straightening up all of our edges. Right there. So now I have no cardboard showing. My white cardstock is perfectly aligned. Perfect. And you will need to stop at some point or your cover will no longer match the size. Okay, I can see I have a little bit here, just that. And then I promise I'm done. It's like a tiny, tiny little sander. Okay, we're good. We did it. I don't know if you guys can see, but it's so much cleaner. Like, yes, you can see a little bit right there. It's just flakiness. Cool. We're done. Let's punch that one. Make sure you take off your sanding disc so you don't dip it in your ink. Put back on your ink dauber thing. Now you can decide, because we're doing Halloween, we could start, instead of using vintage photo or antique linen or whatever it is that you normally use to distress things with, you could distress things with black ink. It's Halloween, right? So that's something to think about. Let me dump off this sandy bits of paper and things in my trash can and get a baby wipe for the rest of it. I don't like the feel of the grit, but other than that, it's great. That worked really well. If you have any other kind of sanding block like nail file, that again works perfectly. Okay, so let me just grab all of this bits here. This room is already dusty enough with all this old paper in here. We didn't need any more dust. Okay. All right. Get the paper bits off of my shirt. When I sit here, and because I'm sitting in like a bar stool height chair, it always gets stuff all over my shirt. I don't know why, but it does. Let's mark this and let's punch our back. So to me, whatever side I thought lined up better, like it fits like a glove now. It is so perfect. That little sanding disc was great. See how the natural corners are bumped and stuff anyway? Little sanding thing was great. Okay, so let's mark our holes and punch the back. And then our cover is constructed at least. So you want to put your top at the top. You want to line it up. Keep it held down. I had a pencil. Oh, goodness. I had a pencil. Well, oh, here it is. Yeah, that's the story of my life. I had it in my hand a second ago. Where did it go? So line up your template, hold it in place firmly. You want to draw your little circles and then punch them. So yep, nail file. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so we're going to punch again. The depth is still set. I'm going to leave the depth set this whole entire project so I don't have to worry about it. It just helps line up everything and keep it squared up. And try to center them as best as you can. And see, it even punches right through all the layers of that thick stuff we just glued together, which I think is pretty amazing, honestly. I really didn't expect it to punch through the bingo card without me really having to squeeze it. I didn't have to squeeze it really any more than I would have to punch a piece of cardstock. So now just checking and making sure we're all good. I'm going to go ahead and write the top on my back cover. I know I'm covering or doing something, or it's in pencil and I can erase it, but that way I know that's the top. And it lines up perfectly, like perfectly. Yes, perfectly. When you hold it together. Okay, so for now, I'm going to go ahead and put the rings in. I don't know. I just need to get them in there, I guess. So you kind of have to separate the ring, poke it through, and put it together. It's not as hard as a key ring is, but sometimes they can stick together. These little metal rings, they're black in color and they came from Amazon, and well, mine's in the trash can now. They come from Amazon. And so, sorry, you just saw the top of my head probably to get in my trash can. It fell right off my desk into my trash can, which is right underneath my feet. These rings came from Amazon, which means, you know, they're made in China, and some of them are a little harder to open than others. That's what I've noticed so far. So there's our journal. Yes, the rings look oversized right now. The reason why they look oversized is any ring-bound journal, no matter, you know, if you're making a thin one, a small one, whatever, you need larger rings than you think you need, because if you make them too small, you will not be able to turn your pages easily. So you want them big. Plus, they look oversized right now because our cover, when it is done, the more pages you add, the more your cover will sit up like this. So by the time it's done, you'll be looking at much more like that. A normal, like, you know, binder ring kind of situation. So anyway, they're 1.5 inches. It's big enough for you to add a whole lot of pages in there. You could, if you didn't like just the black binder ring, and I think I probably will end up doing this at the end, you could embellish your binder rings. You don't have to leave them just black. Some people wrap them after your journal is put together and the rings are in. You can wrap ribbon or sari silk or something like that around your binder rings. You can add little bows at the end. You can do all kinds of things to decorate your binder rings. You don't have to leave them plain. But for now, we have a front cover and we have a back cover, and I think we did pretty good with it. We have a template for our pages. Let's start making some pages, so hopefully we can get our pages at least constructed, and then we can take them out one by one and play with them. I'm not going to get all my pages done in tonight's video constructed because I know I left some supplies in the other room that I'm planning on using. I want to use some packing paper or like a brown paper grocery sack. Mine are going to be a lot of recycled materials. I don't care if they're the right size. Like I don't necessarily want them to stick out. I wouldn't care if they stuck out the top, maybe a little over here, but I don't want them to stick on the bottom or whatever, because it'll impact, it sitting on a shelf. But I don't care if they're the full size. I would prefer if some were smaller in size also. But I want to use some the painter's masking paper that's green. I'm going to be using some of that on the pages to kind of decorate the pages with as a layer before I add my other stuff on. And I know I left the painter's paper and the brown crafty thick paper that's like a paper grocery sack in the other room. I could go get them if we need them, but we have other pages to work on. So for now, let's just set our covers aside. You could go ahead and decorate your back cover if you wanted to. I'm going to move on to page making. I will either cover it with paper, like a decorative paper, or I will do mixed media on it tomorrow morning. I'm not sure yet. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. Let's set that aside. Hello, Robin. Hello, Maggie. Hello, hello. Okay. We're going to need the template, and we're going to have to decide in the kit what we want as pages. So let me grab the kit back. And I know I'm going to lose these two little pieces. I'm just going to put mine in there. Well, I can't. Well, maybe. Okay. You can set those over there too. Sorry for reaching in front of the camera. That we don't need right now. We'll need it later. This might be a page. This I'm going to put on a page so we can embellish with that. Embellishments. These are embellishments for ephemera, I believe. Some of these things in your kit already have holes in them. The chances of these holes lining up are probably very slim. They're not the right size pages either. But maybe you could get it in there. I don't know, depending on where you punched your holes. But this could be a page. It could be a page this way even. This is our bingo card cover. We could strengthen this and make this a page. It's about the right size. So we could look at using that for a page. These, I think, are for embellishments. I know that these are pockets, tucks, and embellishments. This guy, I want to make a page. Just if you got, one of these, you could make it a page. I'm just going to pick one and make it a page. I'm going to use that one and make that one a page. Maybe those will be pages. I think I'm just going to embellish pages with them. So I'll set those over there. This guy, like I was saying before, he is about the right size. If you wanted to, you could make him a topper, so it could be a bingo card on top of a bingo card. And then I'm going to decorate mine with a whole bunch of Tim Holtz things. So my topper is going to be a little bit smaller than this. I don't want to cover up quite as much of my bingo card. And then I will either glue it, or I might, if I don't want to glue something and cover up my bingo card, I will hole punch my topper, and my topper will just be a separate little smaller flip page in the front. That's kind of what I'm thinking with it, is it's going to be a smaller flippable page. So my topper will be here. All my decoration will be here. Yes, there will be some other things, but this will be my topper, and I'm just going to make it punched to match the holes, and it will kind of flip over. You could put writing space, you could put a pocket, whatever you wanted to put on the back of it, but that's basically a topper or a writing board. This embellishment. This guy, I'm probably going to punch him. He could also be on the front if you wanted. I don't know, but he could be on the front. He could be a page. He'll probably get punched. Embellishment. These are all things we'll play with later. If you wanted to copy dye all of this stuff, I would suggest you go ahead and do that. Sooner than later, I will be using copy dyed stuff in mine for the most part. The little pages, even this guy, as long as he has enough space to fit a minimum of 2 rings, every page that you make doesn't have to have space. Like it doesn't have to be big enough to fit all 3 holes. If it can fit 2, you're good. So this guy could be a page because he would fit 2 holes, right? Two holes would punch in him. So he could be a page. This guy, I mean, he could be a page also. Maybe I will just make them all pages. I don't know. I have plenty to play with, so I might, but we'll see. It's a way of getting rag paper into this journal without, so all of those are the right size width-wise to fit, so that's fine. But, you know, I have enough to play with where if I glue them together and I don't like them, then they'll just be ephemera later. Your Tim Holtz paper would also make good pages. You could fold up the bottom to make a pocket page. So that's an idea too. If you have a piece of paper that is too long, just fold it up and make it into a pocket. So I think all of these will probably just be pages. Again, I have extra ones to play with, so I'm just going to put those all over there. I don't know how many Tim Holtz pages I'll have, probably no more than 3, but they'll be put over there. This I definitely want as a page. Obviously, I'm going to need to trim it down, and I need to put it on something because I'm doing all of mine thick pages. I don't want any little thin pages in my journal. You can make thin pages if you want, but I want mine strengthened. So I'm going to make that into a page. I will make a music page. This dictionary can be a page. So I have a million pages here. The Edith Holden, a page. This guy I love for a page. This is just cardstock and he's plain. I will leave him for now. But these 3 I will use as pages. So you can see I have a whole lot of pages going on. So far I have 0 regular coffee dyed pages. This guy would need to be coffee dyed in my book. You could leave him. I don't know. Let's just see where we're at with those. Let's see where we're at. I'll put them over there. We'll play with this stack of papers. Let's make some pages. If I end up making too many pages, they'll just go in my other 2 journals. So this guy, I know that I want to glue together, but I also want something else in between because both of these pages are still thin. Hello, Suzanne. So I'm going to glue these together with either glue book page, something else that you don't really care about in there. You could glue this sheet of cardstock in there. Our rings are big enough where we have plenty of room. We don't need to worry about the thickness. That's another good thing about a ring bound journal is all of your pages can be really dimensional because you don't have to worry about trying to fit it and not be too alligator mouth, right? Like in a single signature or multi-signature even, you have to worry about alligator mouth. You don't have to worry about that in ring bound for the most part, right? You have a lot of space in those rings to play with. Let's start with these. Do I have some kind of paper that I would like to sacrifice in the center there? Like, I think I'm going to use it as a page. I'm just going to put this, it's right here. It's only being used because it's a matter of convenience. So I'm going to glue stick my cardstock because my cardstock is thicker than my thin paper. You could cut it to size first so you didn't waste a whole lot. Let's do that. Let's start cutting some of these to size. Our journal is wide. We cannot have pages wider than, say, 7. I mean, you could go 7 1/4, but 7 to be safe. Okay, that's my bingo card. Your bingo card might vary slightly. So 7 to max 7 1/4. I'm just going to stack these all together and cut them. Hopefully. Hopefully I am. So this cutter is 6. I'm going to eyeball to 7. Again, if it's slightly smaller, that's actually better. Then you have these pieces that could be a tag or something later. I'll just put them back in the pile. Height-wise, I'm just going to trim off this piece of cardstock so that my pages are the right size. I think anyway. Yep. Cool. So then I'm going to glue that together, and that's the base of a page. There will be other things on this page. You could copy dye this paper first, like I said, but it's just the base. And height-wise, you know, we're good. We fit. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so when gluing things together, you want to put your glue on the thicker piece and then put your thinner piece on. You could do it the other way, but it's just how I like to do it. Okay. Let's get to gluing some pages together. Goodness, an hour and a half. I would like glue book. So I'm just going to quickly, and I'm using glue stick for this because it's thin paper. If you use something thick on that thin writing paper, you're going to see glue marks. That paper is very thin, and that's why I'm kind of doubling it up plus some. Ooh, this glue is super wet, which for me in Arizona is kind of rare. Usually it dries out really quickly. Maybe this is a newer stick. When I glue things together, I don't like to leave open space. Some people say, you know, it saves them some glue. I would rather over glue and have my journals, because I sell my journals, stick together longer, better, whatever you want to say, than like skimping with glue and not getting them glued down good enough. So from there, I unstick it. Ugh. I hate glue stick. I really do. And so then I'm just going to line it up and put it down. And now all of my pages that I strengthen will be very, very, very strong. You could take your straight edge and kind of smooth that out a little bit. It dries smooth here. Just a second anyway. Oh, too thin. Too thin. There we go. Okay, other side. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you guys come and join me tomorrow too. It's going to be fun. This is such a fun project. I'm going to try to glue the middle and then come back for the edges. Can't wait till we get to start decorating. The sooner I get the cover and the pages done, get to start the fun part. The fun part for me is always the decorating. I know some people say they really enjoy the cover construction the most. I enjoy it, but by far that is not my favorite part. My favorite part is always the decorating. Either making ephemera or decorating. To me, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of like decorating a little mini house every time. I like home decor too, so. Okay, there's that. No, not yet. Like which one did I put the top at last time? Okay. So this paper has a top and a bottom. It's not quite straight, but it's okay. We can trim a little. And so I'll be more gentle this time, and we will set this page aside to dry. Now, if you're using glue stick, you really don't want to come in later with a bunch of wet mixed media. Glue stick on thin paper is fine to hold it, but if you tried to do our mixed media project tomorrow on something that you've glued down with glue stick, it's going to come back up as soon as you wet it, just so you know. So we're going to set that one aside. You could put it under a mat to dry so it curls less, etc. Kendall's eating pasta, salad, and garlic bread. That sounds good, Kendall. That sounds really good. let's play with this guy. So this is the stock certificate. He is from 1966 from something called the Corvette Inc. I'm not really sure. It's not Corvette like car. So, I'm thinking about folding him, and then he'll be a pocket or a tuck on that side. I didn't really want to cover that signature stamp, but thank you to whoever purchased on Etsy. I think we are going to have to cover it because he'll be too big. You could cut him down. So there's several ways of doing this. My journal cover, you guys can see the top edge of it is right there. So I'm just kind of eyeballing my pages from here to kind of get the right width. You could mark it out on your mat or whatever. I could strengthen this page with something and then fold this over and make a pocket. This paper is pretty strong. I might just leave this. I think for now I am going to leave it, but we are going to size it, and I'm going to go pretty far in, if not all the way. I'm going to go here, and the reason being is I'm going to make a big top pocket with this. So because it was a little thinner than cardstock, right, I'm going to glue this edge and this edge, and I'm going to thumb hole punch it up here, and it's going to be a top pocket. So get that crease down really well. Let's glue it. And I'm going to punch my holes in my pages after I make my pages. A lot of them are going to need to dry, etc. So I will just sit at the end and do it kind of assembly line fashion. Let me get some sturdy glue. And let's hole punch it. Well, it doesn't really matter because I'm going to punch both sides. Am I? I guess not. Let's punch it. For hole punching, you guys know my favorite way to punch a hole, sorry about that, is to punch it with this, the tab punch. I like the shape of it better. So I'm just going to eyeball and punch a little hole right here. And that's good. And if you're inking in this project, which this is a project where I am actually going to ink, a lot of my products I don't, because I don't like the look of too much inking. But when you're using, oh my gosh, when you're using Tim Holtz stuff, I think most of his stuff is naturally distressed. These things, if you know, you know. The frustration of those things. Goodness. So like I said, you could ink in black. Normally I don't ink except for a tiny little bit here or there. Because you're using, or I'm using Tim Holtz stuff, this is a good time to really go to town on the inking and the distressing. Like I really, I make up for the rest of the year of not inking. So the top got inked, that got inked. I'm going to ink the fold. The bottom can get inked. I might just ink the whole entire journal at some point. I don't know. The inking on the stock certificate really does make it look a little more like it is vintage. It's from 1966, but I like it on the stock certificate. The paper takes the ink really nicely. So I like it inked. It's cool. Let's ink these little punched out numbery things. Let's run over some ink with that. Cool. I don't like it to look too perfect if I'm inking. If you go freehand like this, be careful and be okay with the imperfection. Okay, let's just ink this, even though it's not a pocket. Let's just do it. Okay, let's glue this. And we made another page. You always shopped. Oh, somebody did say it was like a certain store or something. When I showed it, because I didn't know what it was. We didn't ever, to my knowledge, in Arizona, we didn't ever have them. But, you know, I don't know. I wouldn't have known about 1966 stuff anyway. But just saying, I don't remember them being here. So there's a pocket. It's going to hold a nice large journal card or something. And by folding it over like that, we strengthened that page quite a bit. We'll hole punch it later. Just put it somewhere where if you seeped any glue, it's not going to stick. Like this one had the little holes punched in it. Just make sure there's no sticky glue on there. Okay, next. Let's do some cardstock pages. I don't know how many journal pages this journal is going to have. I didn't really plan it out. I just said I was going to play it by ear. And when I was done making pages, I was done making pages. So we have this guy. I really like the back side of the paper. But also this, it's like a vintage green color. I think for Halloween, that would be cool. I don't want to do exactly the same thing, but maybe we just make it a small little tuck. Something like that. I mean, that's kind of a big tuck. But that's where it folds to if it folds. You could have made a pocket this way. Like made a short page and made a pocket that way. You'd lose the border on one side. Maybe the side that we would ring bind it, we would cut the border off and then leave it as a pocket. Let's see. A small little pocket page. It's kind of cool that way. Now that I've creased it, I wish I wouldn't have gone up quite as far. Let me just see what it looks like that. Yeah, you can see it. I would probably decorate something down there anyway, so I don't really care about the refold. Let's cut it to size. So I'm going to make it where it is a bottom pocket on the page. Again, about 7. If it's smaller than 7, I don't care. Actually, let's just cut this one to 6 or 6 1/4. I don't want them all the same size. That we can make some kind of embellishment with later. So it's just going to be a small, because we're going to punch holes on this side, which is why I took off the border on this side where I'm going to punch the holes and left the better border on that side. Where I refolded it right here, I will just either embellish something, a strip of washi, something down there at the bottom, or I'll put a little pocket there. I would like to leave this for writing space, so I probably will just cover over that with some collage or something. And then I'm going to glue up. Am I going to glue? Maybe I'm not, because it'll be ring bound. So because we're ring binding, you do have to glue the pocket closed on this side. Your holes might miss it, was my concern. I don't know. I'm going to glue it. Yeah. I'm going to glue that side. It might not make any sense to anyone, but in my brain, the side that I'm hole punching needs to have glue on it. The side that I'm not hole punching can be left open. So yeah, I'm just going to put a little bit of glue there. And it's because when I hole punch it, I want to make sure that it's closed and not just flapping. So only that side, and I'm going to leave this side, the pocket side, open. And that's a page. So, you know, we're just making basic pages now to fill our journal. Let's do something with that technical page. The Tim Holtz pages will make pocket pages as well, but let's play with this one. This one looks really interesting to me. If you have some cardstock, you can back this to cardstock. Like a lightweight cardstock would be good. I have these fabric and these doilies, which I don't need for this project at all.
up here. Sorry. I also want Braille paper in mine. I know that it's thick and I like it, so I'm going to put Braille paper in mine. And I wanted to make a collage masterboard before we ended up tonight. I always have all these projects that we need to make. Let's do, I was looking to see if I have any more of the thinner cardstock in here. Let's do the Braille page. So a lot of you guys purchased the Braille from me before in live sales. I do still have it available, but for tonight, I'm just going to cut this to size and I'm going to make this edge be my outer edge. I can probably weave some ribbon or something, something through there at the end. But let's leave the decorative edge in my mind is this one. So let's leave it to the outside. For page sizing, again, I'm just kind of eyeballing it from where the journal is laying up here. I think you guys can see it. So I just want to make sure that, you know, my pages fit. I'm going to go there. And the fold is only to give me a guide to cut it. I'm not making this a pocket. You could fold it up and make it here a pocket here in a second, but I just want to try to tear this. And this we can make clusters or other embellishments, tags, something like that later. But now we have our page to size widthwise. And I got to decide, do I want a pocket? I don't want every page to be a pocket, but honestly, you can't really write on Braille paper. So it is a good one to make a pocket. Okay, we're going to fold it up as a pocket. It's such sturdy paper. I'm going to line it up with the outside. Increase that down. Okay, so same thing I did before. I'm just going to glue this side. Really, it's so sturdy. Okay, so there's that. On this one, I am going to glue this side. And it's because I want to weave ribbon through it. So I'm just going around the holes with my glue, making sure I get the dot right there at the top. That way my holes still all lined up and they're glued closed. There's a Braille paper. Tomorrow you could spray this with some inks or something like that if you wanted. When you spray ink on Braille paper, it is quite nice because it runs down over the bumpies. So there's that. Now these are in the way again. I don't know where to put them for now. Let's put them over there in the rag paper pile. They were left over from another project that I was doing. Okay, so there's that one. We were going to strengthen this, but I can't find any cardstock to strengthen it with other than this one. I like to print on this one because it's super smooth. All of you guys got a page of technical paper. Mine happens to say baseball and softball up there, or bowling alleys. I don't really care about any of that. I just like all the diagrams. So I don't know. I'm just going to use it as a background. Yeah, let's do it. I like it. Nobody needs to see. I'm going to cut the baseball and softball off. I don't obviously want it to say baseball and softball. I'm not into that, but if you are, then that would be cool. Let's cut the cardstock to the size that we want. Again, let's make it about 7. This one, I'm just going to make a regular page. I'm not going to make it any special page. No pockets, just a regular page. And this one, I'm just going to cut later. Let's glue this down. I guess I'm going to go with the bowling alley part of it, just to avoid the baseball diamond altogether. So anyway, this is going to be the front. I'm going to put my glue on there. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So guys, how many of you are going to decorate your homes for Halloween? I'm always curious. In my neighborhood, people go crazy with decorating for Halloween. Some houses, many houses, I think decorate more for Halloween than they do for Christmas. And it could be that they don't celebrate or something like that, obviously. But I see in my neighborhood like crazy, crazy decorations. Costco has this tall, standing, like he's probably 10 or 12 feet tall, standing skeleton guy. And I've seen many of my neighbors have him. And he was not cheap. I think he was like, I don't know, $250, $300 or something. He was ridiculously expensive, in my opinion. So I've seen several of those go up. It's a little crooked. Hopefully it doesn't matter in the end. I don't think it will. Okay. So I've seen several of those go up. They don't put out pumpkins or anything like that because we're in Arizona and it is hot here. So I had a baby wipe at one point. Oh, I put it in the trash. So they don't put pumpkins or anything like that out because it's too hot and they won't stay. They would rot long before Halloween. So I've seen several people, start decorating, but they don't put their jack-o'-lanterns or their pumpkins out until later, right before Halloween, like literally the day before. If you put a carved pumpkin outside, the day before Halloween, it's good. 2 or 3 days, you're really getting mushy. They just don't last here because it is so warm. Normally, I would let this dry a little bit first, but I'm just going to try my best to cut it. So how many of you guys decorating? The giant skeleton things? I think they're creepy. They're like massively tall. And then it's not that they just bought that, like they get so creative with their decorating. They've got lights everywhere, just like, Christmas, and they've got like haunted, big full-size walk-through haunted mansion houses things in their front yards. They go crazy decorating, and I love it. I think it's awesome. I don't like all of it necessarily, but I do think that it's great for the neighborhood that, everyone gets so involved and, they have a good time doing it and all the kids love it. So that's always good. Okay, so there's the base of that one. Basically, I just wanted some background kind of schematic looking things on this page. Here's that one. And again, he's going to need to dry. What else do we have in this pile? Susan says she decorates. Melanie's seen the skeleton. Robin says time for giant skeletons. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I don't decorate for Halloween anymore either because my kids are grown, but also I can't decorate because then we get trick-or-treaters, and it's not that I don't want trick-or-treaters, it's that my dog cannot handle trick-or-treaters. My dog is old and she just cannot handle the stress of trick-or-treating. So we can't decorate for Halloween because if you decorate and turn your lights on and stuff, then trick-or-treaters come on Halloween. And we just can't have it because the dog can't handle it, which is really sad, honestly. So I have some copy dyed cardstock. I'm going to make some pages out of that, and I'm going to cut those down. I think we should make that a page, and this a page. Music and this a page. The Tim Holtz is easy to do. And let me get some of these gluing so we can do that. And let's back this with copy dyed paper, and this one also. So the simple things like cardstock, you guys clearly know how to make a cardstock a page. Let's do some of these. I mean, obviously you know how to back these two, but let me get working on some of these quick. Basically, it's a whole bunch of gluing. So if anyone has any stories for story time, now's the time. I'm looking for some coffee dyed paper in a bin. And I found some, so that's good. I mean, there's some in the kit, but I usually save like all my super grungy ones. Like that's not necessarily super grungy, but I usually save them all up for the Halloween project. So I'm really not going to get anything other than this on here. So good to know. Let's do it. You fall decorate. Yeah, I think I told you guys, I don't know if it was Tuesday or Wednesday or when it was. Maybe it was last time we did Craft With Me, that I decorate for kind of a fall themed Halloween inside. I don't decorate anything outside because, like I was saying, the trick-or-treaters, but I'll decorate. There's some garland, you know, those little felted little garlands that they have. I have some of those for fall. I have some for Halloween too. They have candy corn on them. Boy, this just really rolled right out. So I have some of those with candy corn and little pumpkins. I don't really do witches or ghosts or anything like that, but the kitty Halloween I can do. And so I'll just decorate the mantle. That's what I usually do for non-Christmas holidays, is I just decorate the mantle. So that needs cut off here in a minute. I can tell that there's air bubbles in the back. Let's cut that in a minute. Let's glue this to another one. Taped up Christmas tree. Yes, my Christmas tree also, it has LED lights, and it has black and not black. It has a green. I think it's green. It has two. One of them is just purple and orange. Maybe there's white mixed in that one. And then it has a green and purple light feature on the LED Christmas tree. We're in Arizona. We have fake Christmas trees. Hardly anyone has a real Christmas tree here, because if you get a real Christmas tree in Arizona, same thing as the pumpkins, you can't get it until like the day before Christmas. Even if you keep them watered, they just dry out and become such a fire hazard so quickly here. So you can have them. There are lots, and Home Depot and Costco and whatever do have real ones, but they don't get Christmas trees like real Christmas trees here until well into December, because they don't stay, right? The lots can't keep them either. So anyway, we all have fake Christmas trees here. My preference would be a real one, but anyway, we have one that has LED lights, and you can change the lights on the remote for the season. It has a light feature for every season. It has like red and pinkish colored ones for Valentine's Day. It has like blue and white if you were doing just a snowy winter tree. It has patriotic colored lights, like Easter colored lights. It has a whole thing, right? And so I could leave it up and just tell myself I'm gonna, buy some cutesy ornaments for every season and decorate it. But the thing is, for me, that giant Christmas tree, because it's a 7.5 foot tall Christmas tree, it's not like a 12-foot Christmas tree, but it takes up so much space, and just I don't keep it out the whole year. I also think that for me, it would take a little bit of the joy of Christmas away if the tree was there the whole time. Like I could do a small tabletop one. That would be no problem. But having the massive one in the middle of the room the whole time, I don't think I could do it. So kudos for you who do decorate it every season. That also seems like a lot of work, though, doesn't it? Decorating your Christmas tree for every season. Yeah, I don't know that I could do it, because I like Christmas, but I don't really like decorating the tree as much. The tree, it just seems to take a really long time. I get excited about it, and I like the fact that it is being decorated. But the physical decorating it, not my favorite activity. It just, I don't know. It seems to take so long. I don't know. I guess I just need to get over it. This paper is weird too. All these vintage papers with this glue stick today are just, and I glued right on my mat, didn't I? Yes, I did. This is not my normal craft room, and I just forget sometimes and just start gluing. And then I get my mat sticky. So on your rag paper pages, I'm just gluing mine closed because it strengthens them by doubling them up. You don't have to. You could back them with like copy dyed paper or something. But this is the way that I'm getting book pages in my journal, is by making them thick. You could just leave them regular too. It's okay. But this one will do. How do you decorate it? So you change the ornaments every season throughout the year. So just seasonally, not every month or whatever. Because like there is a holiday in every month. Like you could do St. Patrick's Day and all the holidays. That I guess seems daunting to me. Maybe I could be convinced. I should put glue page under here. Maybe I could be convinced to do it every season because that's only 4 changes, right? It's only 4 changes. I mean, if you count Christmas, it's really only changing from a Christmas decorated tree 3 times. So maybe I could be convinced to do season. So this dictionary is from, I think, the 16s. It's 16s or 17s. I don't know. I have so many of them now that I can't keep them straight. I also filmed a video, an unboxing video. I just got a huge package of books. My friend sent me a huge package of books. And I really want this one on the outside. That's not possible now. And there are some lovely dictionaries and other things. And so I kind of filmed a little unboxing video, and I'll put it up soon. I don't know when, but soon. I have a million books. It's just I don't bring them all the time because you guys also start getting a million books. And, you know, not everybody uses their books. People are afraid to use their things. So anyway, we have new books to look at. Lots of dictionaries and pretty books. There are some Victorian embroidery pattern books from France, and they're beautiful books. One of them is all botanical, and I'm going to have to fold this page. One of them has botanical in with the embroidery. I love that one. It's really hard for me to sell that one. But I showed you a brief little look at them. It's just a short little video. I don't know, 6 or 7 minutes or something. But anyway, there's that video filmed. Basic season, but a few holidays. Let me see. Cool. I guess, you know, I put the little things on the mantle. So maybe I could, I have some small trees. I used to have a tree in every room. I don't do it anymore because I physically can't do that anymore. But I also had a much bigger house at one point than I have now. So I used to have a tree in every single room. Every single room had baskets of real poinsettias, whatever you want to call them, in every room. Yeah, I used to really go all out for Christmas. As I got older and my kids got older, I did less and less, I guess. I got tired. I did less and less. So do you guys remember, I don't know, maybe you guys do it differently than me. Maybe some of you don't celebrate Christmas. And so for all this Christmas talk, I do apologize. But when my kids were little, and we wouldn't put the Christmas presents out until Christmas Eve. Like Santa comes Christmas Eve and the presents appear under the tree. Well, when I was divorced and it was just me, and let's be honest, even when I was married, it was just me in there wrapping millions of presents. It seemed like millions of presents on Christmas Eve because, you know, I was working and like I didn't have time to wrap all those presents. I was lucky I had time to buy them all. So I didn't wrap them. I hid them, but I didn't wrap them until Christmas Eve. And then I would be up basically all night long, wrapping the presents, getting them under the tree. And you guys remember like doing that? Because, we don't do it anymore because, my kids are old. But I mean, basically, I still do, I guess. I still do. I'm just going to get these big goobers of glue and put them back in there. Attempt to. But I guess I still kind of do. I wrap them and put them out way early now, though, so that I don't have to spend that Christmas Eve night. Because honestly, it sucked. It sucked to spend Christmas Eve being so tired, because you also have to remember, like, I owned an antique store, and yes, we closed early on Christmas Eve, but I was so tired from doing that because it was busy. Christmas season was always busy, and so I was so tired by the time Christmas Eve came around, and then I spent all night wrapping those dang presents and getting them under the tree. But I loved it at the time. But as my kids got older, I was like, no, we're just gonna wrap them like early, and they're just going to be under the tree the whole time. You guys know Santa doesn't bring them. I buy them because I ask you for a list, you give me a list, and then I buy them. So right? Like, obviously they're 20, she's turning 20, 28, 29, and my son is 26. So obviously they know, it's not a Santa. So I don't need to wait till Christmas Eve anymore. You wrap them out as you buy them and hide them. That's so smart, Rhea. I just never had time. I always wanted to. I always meant to. I said every year, no more of this. Because honestly, you had to wait for the kids to be asleep before you could start the wrapping process, right? When they were little. And then you could start the wrapping process after they fell asleep, which, let's be real, it was Christmas Eve. Nobody was ever going to sleep. And so by the time they went to sleep, midnight, something like that, I'd be there till like 4 a.m. wrapping those presents at least. Sometimes I would think, oh my gosh, the kids are going to get up early and I'm not going to have these under the tree. I'm just going to have to tell them, well, Santa's not here yet. He won't be here. He won't come if you're awake. So I go back to bed. Kind of funny. I always wrapped them in my room on my bed. Yeah, I remember putting together scooters and bicycles and all kinds of things. I think I am going to make this a little page. I think it's cute. Am I? Maybe I'm just going to tuck it in as ephemera. It's really cute. I'm just going to tuck it in a pocket as ephemera. It's cute. It can go as ephemera. Okay, let's do this one. I know, Robin. Trust me, I know. The fibro also, only when I was in my 20s, I didn't know it was fibro. I just thought I had terrible arthritis or something. I knew it wasn't arthritis because it didn't feel like bone pain, but yeah, it was terrible. You build theme boxes. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. I know. I keep thinking about doing like less presents, but I just can't. I don't know. I even say that, oh, I'm only going to get, this many or whatever. And I don't know. It only comes once a year. So I like it so much. I just go all out, I guess. So I think we're going to fold this one up. We're going to fold it up like this as a pocket. So let's just get the size right. I'm doing it off camera, but basically I'm just laying it on the cover and just getting the size of the page. So this one, it didn't crack, but it's close to cracking. It's a nice thick page. I don't know. I guess it's okay, but we'll have to keep an eye on that guy. Let's glue him. I know. I think about doing less just because it's easier. And I am busy at Christmas, but inevitably, there's still a pile of presents under the tree every year. My kids are also very, very good to me, though. They're very good. They're both very helpful. And they are good kids. They never cause me any problems. They've never caused me problems my entire life. I'm so lucky and thankful about that. And so, yeah, I kind of feel like it's the one time of year, I can spoil them a little bit. I wish I put a thumb hole in this, so I think I'm going to try to do that right now after I glued it. That's what happens when I get talking. I say, and I know many parents say the same thing, but I say that I have the best kids in the whole world. I'm sure all of you guys also say you have the best kids in the whole world. Let's line this up. Sort of, kind of. It's harder when you glue it. It's a little off, but whatever. So there's that. I'm going to decorate all of these after we get them made. So let's cut around some. Let's worry about this guy too. So for him, here's our journal. Week before Christmas. Oh, wow, Carolyn. Yep, you do. So I'm going to have to fold over part of it, which is fine. So height-wise, we're good. Edge-wise, we're good. I'm going to leave that Thursday kind of at an angle like that, and we're going to fold it. I don't really think we really need to do anything with this one. I'm just going to fold it ever so slightly right there and glue that down. I'm gluing so that it makes more of a reinforcement when I punch the holes. I probably should have checked and made sure first, but yeah, we're good. I make sure that both kids get a big celebration. You never know how many years you're going to have them for. And so, yeah, you know, why not go all out? I'm not saying you have to spend $1 million. I'm saying homemade cake can be all out, you know, like making their favorite dinner can be all out. So this works. So he will go in there like that. Okay. And we need a music page. We need these two. I'm going to make this bag a page. I have decided. Let's make the bag a page first. So he is exactly or just slightly a hair over height-wise. I'm going to leave him for now. We need to decide what we want this bag to be. You could just cut it off and make it a big pocket. You could fold it over, fold it in an accordion fold. You could do all kinds of things. We just need to decide what we want to do. If I fold it, we'll fold it to the back. Let me see. So I think it makes a nice, fun, crinkly page. I think we fold it to the back and then we make it a double pocket in the back. So imagine this is our tag or our journal card. So we're going to punch our holes on this side. So I'm looking at the back of the bag right now. And the reason why I flipped it to the back is because the back is where you have the taller edge of the bag and the smaller edge of the bag. So there's going to be a pocket here. It's a little hard to get things in because it's a sawtooth edge, but a pocket here and a pocket here. And you might want to trim off that sawtooth, or I don't know, if you use a card like a cardstock, it's not going to be as hard as getting these in. But when you have a sawtooth edge, it does kind of catch on whatever you're trying to shove in there, just so you know. I'm going to fold it there and hope that that is good. Yes, it's good. And so if you're off on your folding, it might make your pages stick out. So just kind of be conscious of, you know, making sure you're folding as straight as you can. So in the journal, you will be hole punched on this side. The page will open up and flip this way. And then we're going to glue down here and here so that this is a tuck and this is a tuck. You can hole punch them, and that might make it a little bit easier to get things in and out. I'm really hoping that my son gets better soon and that we can take some time off, because all of this stress has not been good for any of us. Ooh, this is such a thin thing, a thin bag. But it doesn't want to hole punch unless you stick like a piece of scrap cardstock or something back there. So if you need it to be a little sturdier so that you can hole punch it, just stick some cardstock, scrap cardstock back there. And so you're going to need a smaller piece of cardstock to repunch this one. There we go. So I have a mess to clean up of all of this bag trash. Let's pretend that this is our journal card. Let's glue this down. And I'm not going to glue the big side because I'm going to also make that a pocket. And I am kind of heavily gluing that a little more than I would normally. Okay, so this side is done. I should have inked it, but I didn't. So we'll have to ink it now. And then we need to make a pocket at the top, which I should have cut open already because I glued it. Oh well. So if this was my journal card would go in back here. It catches on the sawtooth, but it would go in back here, and then I would have another smaller pocket there. So we have a double pocket back here. Now on this side, it is a full bag. So we can make a top pocket. You should have done this before you glued your pocket thingy down, but I didn't. So now we're going to cut it and we're going to glue it again. Yes, we are. The only way to do it, right? And this is, because it's a paper bag, this is already folded over and glued and really reinforced here where your holes are going to get punched. So I think that's good. I'm just taking the smallest sliver, and again, you should have done this before you glued. It will still work, but you should do it before you glue. To open up, see, I need to reglue that now, but it also opens up this pocket. So let's reglue what needs reglued. And I just took a tiny little sliver off of it. Let's reglue. We're stuck where we originally glued it. We're just closing this pocket. And before I do that, you could just fold it down. So let's look at that. Now that I've made the mistake, let's turn the mistake into something cool. I mean, it's cool like that. I don't know that I'd want to fold it, but you could fold it and have it be like a tuck here and a tuck here. We have a thumb notch though, so I don't know that I want to fold it. I'm going to glue it just because I have the thumb notch, and yeah. Anyway, let's glue it. This one doesn't have to be super. Okay, and then, so this page is done. It has all of its pockets, like it's not embellished, obviously, but it has all of its pockets. This guy is where the big pocket is, so I need to thumb notch that. You don't have to, but I'm going to. Keep in mind, this is a thin paper bag, so A, you're going to want cardstock on it, and B, whatever you put in there, you're going to need to be gentle with, because it's just a thin paper bag. it's a, you know, it's layered up, so it's fine in the journal. I'm just saying don't stick something really big and heavy and bumpy in there as your journal card. And I gotta just eyeball it. Okay, that works. Let me fix my punch situation here. They're all falling all over the place. This is also a journal that I get to use my tiny attacher in. I don't use my tiny attacher enough. I don't know about you guys, but I don't use my tiny attacher enough. Let's ink this quick just so I can see all of those little thumb notches a little bit better. And again, we don't have to be careful. We can just go inky crazy on it. You have to be careful of the paper, but you don't have to be careful of anything else. I say inky crazy, and then it's like my pad of ink needs to be ink refill. So I'm just going to kind of go on the edge. And if it curls over a little bit, that's okay too. It's supposed to be vintage. Cool. Let's worry about this side. So these little sawtooths will probably look really good if they catch some ink. So let's try to catch some ink. Oh, I see what the problem is. My little ink dauber pad, ink blender, I don't know what you want to call that, needs to be replaced. It's leaving little bits of felty fuzz everywhere. That looks better. Let's do this one. Somebody asked why I give so many different kind of things for a journal kit, in a journal kit, and then if I don't end up using them all. Like last time there was a big piece of fabric and I didn't end up using it, and I already explained this once, but the reason why I give so many different things, and I may or may not use them all, it's because I like to give you guys options, and I build the journal for the very first time live with you guys. So I don't know what I'm going to end up playing with necessarily. I try to give you guys, you know, things I think I'm going to end up playing with, but I don't know what I'm going to end up using until I use it, right? And I'd rather give you guys, their question was more geared towards, well, if you're not going to use it, then could you just not include it and make the kit price cheaper? And I could do that, but I don't know what I'm going to end up using and what I'm not going to end up using until, you know, I do it, right? So anyway, that was kind of the theme. So I'm pretty much using only things that came in the kit so far. I haven't gotten anything else out, actually. So far we're doing good on that. I don't just load up a kit with random things. We generally use everything or almost everything that I put in the kit. But sometimes, like the fabric piece, the point of it is that if you were going to make a multi-signature journal, you might have wanted to use that fabric piece to cover your journal with. I ended up making fabric or paper covered single signature journals, so I didn't use the fabric. But anyway, that was my point. So anyway, this is the paper bag. Our holes will go here, and then there will be pockets on the back side. Love hotels. Everyone, I think, likes hotels. I mean, I don't know anyone who doesn't, other than people who like have to work and they are constantly in hotels, probably. But for me, they've always been vacations. Even when I was there for work, it was still fun. Okay, guys, let's move on to something else. We have these Edith Holden pages. Edith Holden, the right size width-wise, they're nice. Height-wise, they're too big. Her pages are pretty sturdy. I don't feel that we need both of them. I'm going to use this one. I'm going to use this one and have the June in there. I mean, it's October, so let's not use that one. Let's put that one in the other pile and let's use this one. So I could fold it up a little bit, or I could just cut it off and make it a page. It doesn't add anything to fold it, so I'm going to cut it. I have decided Edith is just going to be a normal page. So my point with all of that is I do try to give you guys the things that I'm using. I'm going to leave that a little longer. Obviously, I can't give you everything because A, the cost, and B, I don't know what I end up using until I use it. But I do give you a ton of other things to play with. I saved this strip because it has a little bit of writing on it and I could use that to embellish a page, so I saved it. But that's just going to get hole punched with our template and be a page. Let's use this one. Okay. I'm just making sure that there isn't any like terrible words on it. We have beeline and behead on that side. Bean to beautify, beauty to beef, bod to beam. I guess I'm good. Let's glue it. I'm just going to thicken it up by gluing it together. This paper is sturdy and all. I'm just going to thicken it. Anytime you put glue in between two pages, the glue itself also thickens the page. So it's kind of like triple thick. I'm trying to be careful and not glue my mat so much, but I've given up on the glue page situation at the moment. I had to put on makeup for the first time in like an entire year the other day because I had to take some pictures, like have my picture taken. I don't want my picture taken without makeup on, obviously. Like if you're going to have a photographer take your picture, you want to wear makeup like I do. So I finally put makeup on. And the reason why I don't wear makeup is because I'm allergic. Not because I don't like it, but because I'm allergic. Severely allergic to like anything on my face gives me a rash. Mascara. I cannot wear mascara. So anyway, that's just going to be a page. I think I cut it too long. I did. Well, I'll cut it shorter when it's dry. Maybe I didn't cut it. That was the problem. I didn't cut that one. It was Edith that I cut. So I can't wear makeup because I'm allergic. I had to put it on today, and I was like, well, you know, after I take my picture, I'm just going to run some errands because I'm out and, you know, have my picture taken. And I'm just going to run some errands. And I'll save that maybe for some tag terms or something. And I could not wait to get home and wash my face. It was just driving me crazy. Okay, this one needs cut to size both ways unless you fold in for a tuck, which might be cute. So let's look at doing that first. Where's my book? You could be much more precise and just measure, like I said, tape off your grid mat to the right size. I can tell that that is crooked. Tape off your grid mat to the right size, and then that way every time you fold a page, it is folded to the right size. Just wants to fold crooked. Okay, so that's a tuck on that side, and then for the bottom, I'm just going to cut it off. We have lots of pockets going, and I know we're going to make more, so I don't need to worry about it. I'm eyeballing the situation of the height now. A little smidgen more. A smidgen. There we go. Yes, I have the individual ones on. I'm sure you guys know I have the individual ones on. You guys have seen my face. Yes. The individual ones only. And it's because the glue actually never touches my skin. So that's why I can wear those. And I'm just going to give this the slightest little notch. Thank goodness I can wear those. At my age, I have no eyelashes unless I wear those. They're there. They just point down. Okay, so that is a page. It's sturdy enough paper. I'm not worried about this one. I'll leave it. Some of your music pages have pictures on the back. If you don't like the pictures, you can just cover over them with copy dyed paper or one of the other papers. This paper I really included to use as like a tag backing or something like that. It's fairly thin green graph paper. I'm probably going to save this and just back tags with it. So I'll put that one back in the pile. This one, I have coffee dyed a ledger page like this. So I'm going to use my coffee dyed one. These two I'm going to hang off to the side for the moment. Same with the coffee dye. And let me show you the coffee dyed thingies that I brought in here because I already coffee dyed. Let me show you. These. So I have these. I have this. I have this. I have these to show you. So fun things to show you. Lots of you guys purchased the little colored doily packs from me at one point. We did have several variations of fall colored doilies. If you were lucky enough to get a fall or Halloween, some of them were specific to Halloween. They had black, orange, and purple or something. But if you have some of these, this is a good project to get them out if you want doilies and lace in your journal. So those I wanted to remind you of. I do have some little doily things left, but they're not packed up or anything. Then I have this antique wallpaper. This is antique, like French looking damask wallpaper. It's actually green and gold. And I love the little herringbone pattern that's kind of the background. Super vintage wallpaper. So I'm going to use some of that, not as a page. Well, maybe as a page. I don't know yet. Let me think about that for a second. Also, sometimes I get packages and they're packed with this paper. And I'm going to use this as some embellishments, like in little clusters and things. So it's just packing paper, but I'm going to use it for little embellishments, pockets or something. I don't know. Layers. I liked it, so I brought it in here. For coffee dyed things, I have these ones that were left over from the Italian ladies journals. They are coin envelopes. Like, we don't need any more envelopes necessarily, but I brought them in here in case I wanted to use them. You slide a big long tag down in there, or you can use it for any other purpose either, but so I brought those in. I brought the same little flip out things that I want to add to pages. So it's a money envelope that's been copy dyed, and they fold like this. And so you can kind of glue it down on a page, and then it can be kind of a flip out with a pocket. You can make this a tuck as a pocket. Lots of fun things to do with those. So I brought those in here. You guys remember the little window envelopes? You guys got something similar to this from me before. I brought those in to use. The coffee dyed time cards. So you guys got a time card that's not coffee dyed. You guys can copy dye it if you want. These, they could be little pages. They're cardstock and they're thick enough to turn. So I might just fold up my bottom to the back side. So here's my journal. I'm going to fold up my bottom to the back side. I'm going to 3-hole punch it. And on the back, it will have a little pocket and writing space if you want. I could sew some fabric at the top and make it a flip up thing with the pocket. All kinds of things to do with those. And you guys got one. You just have to copy dye it yourself. Or you have to use your ink and ink it up. So there's some little ephemera things that are copy dyed. For the ledger pages that I have. So this is actually cardstock. I know it looks like notebook paper. It's actually cardstock. And I brought those in because I thought I might use them as pages, and I probably will. So I'll put one of those over there. The other two are for the other two journals. Then these are ledger pages that are copy dyed. And for the Halloween, the grungier, the better. The ones with green are really awesome. That's why I gave you guys a green one. They're just different sizes. Again, I'm just going to cut these down to size, so it's not going to matter which one. But these ones were already done. So I will use one of those here in a second and make a page. And also, it kind of looks like those things you look at for like, I don't know, some type of memory test or thinking test where they do the little ink splotches. There's a name for it. I don't remember what it's called. Little splotches remind me of that. This is 12 by 12 copy dyed cardstock, and I'm going to make master boards. If you guys want to hang out with me, we can just make master boards. I printed out a whole bunch of digitals. I'll show you the digitals, and we'll make 1 or 2 master boards to cut up and get a head start on pockets and ephemera, right? So if you have copy dyed cardstock, then we can use that also. There's several here, and I'm also going to use some as pages. So let's use these 2. Do I want that dark one? I think I do. Let's use these 2 as copy dyed. Let's put 3 in. Let's put 3 in there, and we'll make a master board out of another one. So let's make 3 pages. It's just cardstock. Well, there's actually more than 3 here. Yes. How many pages do I think I need? I'm just going to do 3. I don't know why there was extra, but there was. Melanie, that is a filter. I stream through StreamYard, and I have been honest from the beginning. That is a filter. Trust me, I do not look like that in real life. I mean, parts of me too, but that perfect smooth complexion that you see, like, you know, I don't have acne or anything, so I'm old, but that perfect smooth complexion, that's not real life, that's the filter. StreamYard has a built-in filter because it's used mainly for, like, you know, work calls. What is that called? What is that called? You know, video calls. It has a built-in filter. So when I stream my streams through StreamYard, it comes with perfect complexion. I don't know how to say that. Warshot test. Oh my goodness. No, I'm not saying it anymore. Warshot test. No. It's not coming to me. Let me put these back behind me. Although, if I use this wallpaper, I was thinking about just putting some of it down the side of a page, not a whole sheet. So I'm going to leave it, and we'll tear off pieces. And like, even on this coffee dyed paper, we can tear off a piece. Like, let's just try to tear it. This is super, super old antique wallpaper. And so because it's been curled, it doesn't have glue on the back side of it. It's unpasted wallpaper. Because it's been glued for so long, or not glued, rolled for so long, it's really hard to play with. It's hard to wrangle. Okay, let me move these. The bin behind me. I brought so much stuff in here. We could just craft for like a million hours because everything is in here. I could literally sit here, and if I didn't have anything else to do this weekend, I would probably have this journal done by Monday because everything is in here. So imagine we're just going to put like a piece of it, a smaller piece on a page. Anyway, there's that. Let's cut these to size with the big cutter because they're 12 inches. I'm going to use these as pages. And it's just because I have them. Otherwise, I'm going to use the regular cardstock as pages too. But so page-wise, I do want all 3 of these to be the same size because they're going in the same journal. And I think it will be weird if I'm trying to measure. I think it will be weird if my blade just fell out, if they're different sizes. So I want them to be the same size. So I needed to know exactly how tall my journal is. Okay, so we're going to go. Let me think about this for a second. I want these pages to be just pages because I want to write on them for the most part. It's really 8 1/4 by 7 1/4 ish. And I say ish. Okay, let's just do it at like 8 1/8. We'll see how that works. Obviously, this will just become tags or pockets. And if I did 6 inch, I could get 2 pages, but I don't want to lose that inch. So we're just going to cut it at 7. Again, this can just be journal cards or something. It's not a loss. So there's 1 page. I'm going to leave that big dark stain on there. Positioning my page the way I want it. No, not like that. It is going to have to go like this. I want to save the ink stain. So I'm just cutting cardstock now. And then I'm going to see where we're at for pages, how many more we need. I know we need more, but let's see where we're at. And then I would like to make that master board. So who's still crafting with me? There's the 3 of those. Let me go ahead and cut this down. I don't know how big this one is. That'll be a fun tag. This one. I just want some plain pages. Nobody's crafting with me. I get to have pizza when I'm done. My son asked for pizza right as I was going live. I'm like, eh. He's so sick he forgets which day it is. On that note, I did not tell you guys the news. I was waiting for Craft With Me because I have gotten some comments that people would rather me not talk about my son's health or my health during the live sales. So I'm going to try to talk mainly about life things when I'm just doing Craft With Me. Well, you know, some people are not nice about it. Most of you guys are great and perfectly fine about it, and you want to know. So I'm just going to try to talk about it mostly. I'm still going to mention some things because not everyone can come to Craft With Me or whatever. But mostly, I'm going to talk about it during the Craft With Me. So my son, he met with a neck surgeon because he has had a fever. It's like 6 months now. It's seriously been 6 months every single day. It's close to 6, maybe not exactly, but he met with a neck surgeon because he had that enlarged lymph node in his neck. They did an ultrasound in the beginning, and they determined that that was an enlarged lymph node, and they tried to take a needle biopsy of it, but they didn't get anything because I guess it's hard to kind of guide the needle where it needs to go with the ultrasound while they're doing it. So they didn't get anything really that told us anything. So then they did a CT scan so that it would get a better picture. And also he met with the neck surgeon, and she wanted to see if there was a better candidate of a lymph node to take out, because he was going to have a surgical biopsy of the lymph node because they need to know if it's lymphoma, because, you know, he's had a fever for so long. So I'm going to glue this to some cardstock, I think, before I cut it. So let me get another sheet of cardstock. And we'll glue this to some cardstock. And then I'll just use the rest for like a journaling card or whatever after we cut it down. So anyway, hello, Faith Ann. So we met with that neck surgeon and did the CT scan, and she said she was going to call us the very next day after he did the CT scan. Like, she offered it. We didn't ask her anything. And so we were like, oh, wow, like this was the first time that we, met that doctor, and like, no other doctor had really been talking to us or telling us anything. So we were really impressed. And, she was super nice at the appointment and everything. And I'm getting to my point about her blowing us off the next day and not calling us. So her assistant called and said that she got called into emergency surgery and that she would call us the next day, which, was fine. Obviously, people have emergencies and stuff. Like, totally, we understand that. So then we waited for her to call us the next day and the next day, and she didn't call us either of those days. And then it was Friday, and it was last weekend, and nobody called us. And so I had a doctor's appointment. My son and I have the same primary care doctor. And I had a doctor's appointment on Wednesday, right before my live at 2:00. And luckily the doctor's like 5 minutes from us. So it was fine to have it that close. It wasn't preferred, but I wasn't supposed to have a live sale on a Wednesday. My day is Tuesday. So anyway, we had to move the live sale. You guys all know this. But anyway, so I asked the primary care doctor when I'm there at my appointment, I'm like, can you please tell me what the results of the CT scan showed? Because she didn't call us back and no one's told us and we don't know, like my poor son, he actually thinks he might have cancer and he might be dying because he's been sick for so long. He's done all the antibiotics and everything. Like, he's tried so many different things and nothing seems to help him. So he's actually thinking like bad things, right? Like any person would. So we were stressed about it. So the primary care doctor's like, yeah, let me see if it's in the computer because it's all the same like healthcare network. So he's like, let me see if it's in the computer and I'll tell you so you don't have to stress about it. And I'm like, okay, cool. Thank you. So let me glue a couple more of these up just for the other journals while I'm sitting here telling you guys the story. So he tells me, because my son's not there, he tells me, well, the CT scan showed that he does have enlarged lymph nodes in his neck, that he has, all of them are enlarged in his neck. And he says that there looks like a collection of fluid that is by the biggest lymph node that the CT scan showed. And he said, it looks like it might be like an abscess. And because he's had the fever for so long, that it might still be an infection, even though he's had 6 different antibiotics, literally 6 different antibiotics. It might still be an infection, and it might, be where the enlarged lymph nodes are enlarged because he still has an infection there. And so he says he needs to be taken to the emergency room and he needs to be admitted. He says the standard of care is they have to admit him, because in the past when we've taken him to the emergency room, they've told us that there isn't anything that they can do because he is, he's eating and he's drinking and he's not living his life. He's in bed except for like 3 to 5 hours a day. That's the longest he can stay awake because he is sick. His body is sick and it's exhausting to be awake. He's so tired all the time. So the doctor says, well, maybe it's not anything big and scary and, terrible. Maybe it is just that he has an abscess that is causing the fevers. This one didn't get glued straight, but it's down. So he says, anyway, you need to take him to the emergency room. He says that they will keep him. They will admit him this time, because that's what we've been wanting them to do, because everything through outpatient is taking literally 6 months to get a CT scan of a neck. So anyway, it's been very frustrating for everyone, including you guys. Yeah, wall themselves off. They do. So especially his body. This is what his body does. We know this, right? So I'm going to have to take him to the emergency room and he's going to have to be admitted I'm fearing that they're not going to admit him, but the doctor was like, no, the standard of care is he has failed all outpatient therapies. He's been on 6 different antibiotics. The standard of care is they will admit him. You don't need to stress, they will admit him. And I'm like, I don't know that they will. And like, it's not a big thing to take him. Like, nobody wants to go, but surely I would take him if I really thought they were going to admit him or do anything for him. I've asked him if he wanted to go many, many times, and I've told him we're going to have to go because there's times where his fever is really bad. Or there was a day, several days, a couple of days ago that he couldn't even walk because he also has something wrong with his leg. There's a mass in his leg also. They did an MRI on the leg, but the primary care doctor didn't have that result, so he couldn't tell me what that was. But he also has what looks like maybe either another abscess or a lymph node or something growing in there, or I don't know what, but there's something in his leg that's very similar to his neck. In feel, it's a really, really rock hard, and they've done an ultrasound on it. But the ultrasound, the first one they did was just a waste of time. The second one they did showed it pretty clearly, showed that there was, fluid in there and a dark spot, and they didn't know what the dark spot was, but there was something in there. So we're waiting to hear on that one. But my point with telling you guys all of that is, and I'll tell you about the thing that I had going on too, but I'm going to have to take him to the emergency room, and he's going to be admitted, hopefully. And while he is there, because of his other health conditions, I'm going to have to stay with him the entire time. My son, I just need to stay there with him the whole entire time. There's reasons, and I don't want to, this is public. So I'm going to stay with him the whole time that he's there, meaning I can't be here. So that's going to have to happen soon. And I'm trying to get everything taken care of here so that I can go and do that. Now, if I have to run home for something, an hour or something here or there, that's not a problem. But, I'm going to have to be camping out in the hospital with them the whole time. So I'm just kind of giving you guys notice that that's coming. I don't know if I will get Italian papers shipped until after that happens because he needs to go, right? No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He's been tested for so many different things. The doctor said he needs IV antibiotics. He says if he has an abscess and he's failed outpatient therapy of 6 different antibiotics, he needs to try IV antibiotics, which is what I have asked them for all the way back to 2 or 3 months in. I asked for that, but I took him to the ER and no one would admit him. So that's the situation with my son. I told you guys recently that, and I'm just going to say it because it is what it is. I told you guys recently that I found a breast lump just randomly. My chest was hurting. I was having chest pain, and I, just put my arm up there just to kind of why is my arm hurting? And I was moving my shoulder around, and it was right on the top and just, where you could just feel it with your hand. So I found a breast lump. And then I was, I went to the doctor, told the doctor's like, yeah, we're going to have to take that out. I can tell that it's just, it's got characteristics. We're going to have to take it out. He orders the imaging, the mammogram, the diagnostic mammogram, so the more invasive kind of studies, and the ultrasound. And he looks at it, and the radiologist is there at the breast center, and he looks at it all. And he says that what that lump is, it has some calcifications around the outside of the rim of it. And he said that's a good sign. And he says that he thinks it is benign and we can just watch and wait and not take it out right now, which is great because we have enough going on. So my whole point with that is I'm going to watch and wait if my son is going to go. And sooner than later to take my son. So maybe as early as Monday morning. I'm not really sure. We're not going to take him on the weekend because I don't know how it is where you guys live, but the hospitals here are so backed up that we don't go on the weekend because when they choose to admit people, they also have to choose to admit people based on availability of beds. And where we live, even even if I drove all the way into Phoenix, the availability of beds is still a big thing. And on the weekend they just have a lot more patients because things happen on the weekend, I guess. So anyway, we're gonna definitely not take him on the weekend. It's just, I don't think, like, the beds will all be taken. Normally when you go, you have to wait for a bed. Like, they put you in a staging area, and in that staging area, you are held until they have a bed upstairs for you. You can be held in that staging area up to 72 hours. So it's basically like you're admitted and you have a little area, but it's not a hospital room, right? There's still a doctor that comes and sees you, and you still have a nurse and all of those things, but it's just different. My mom recently passed away, well, not recently, a year ago, passed away from cancer. And so we went through all of these things with her, with the hospitals too, of just not being able to get in and get her bed and all that kind of stuff, even though, she was dying of cancer. Like, they only have availability what they have. So you just kind of have to deal with it, right? I think we're good with those. So anyway, maybe Monday. And if that happens, I will obviously post it in the Facebook group or on my Facebook page. That's where I've been communicating with you guys what's going on. I am going to take a minute here and read chat while I cut this. Thank you. We were hoping for something simple too. And that's why, the longer it went on, the more people that got involved were like, no, we're past all the simple things. That's why they sent him to the cancer center, because he still has the appointments there, because they're not sure, but they were telling us, well, all the simple things have already been ruled out, and now we're past, like, things that can be easily fixed, is basically their wording of it. But now maybe it looks like it might just be an infection, and while it could be a bad one, it's still better than cancer. So yeah, we'll take it, I guess. There's those pages. Let me cut these out now. So that's the situation. I'm sorry to talk about it all and annoy everyone, but I get so many messages that are nice and kind. I think the nice and kind people should outweigh the not nice and kind people, I guess. Anyway. They're the same way there, Helen. Yeah, it's a bad thing. I'm thinking it's an out west problem, but it's probably that way everywhere. Maybe since COVID, I don't know. I'm just cutting the cardstock excess off of these for now, and then I'll cut them down to size with the trimmer here in a minute. So that doctor is part of a specific healthcare network, and I, after going through this, don't like that. I mean, I didn't like them before either, but I don't like them. And basically, we're there because they're 5 minutes from us. We have limited options where we live, and our insurance, we have to wait for open enrollment or whatever to change. His insurance specifically is extremely hard to change plans. So anyway, that's where we're at for now. I do plan on leaving that whole group and network as soon as we are able, because that specific doctor himself, I'm not a fan. I'll just leave it at that. But anyway, so I'm going to take him to a different network hospital. It's like 40 minutes from me, which, they all are. So just to tell you guys, the doctor that we see for primary care, there is a hospital that is his network hospital, is in his parking lot. That doctor's office, not just this doctor, but that whole doctor's office has always told us, do not go to the hospital right in this parking lot. They aren't equipped to handle, pretty much anything. And it's their own network hospital, and they all talk bad about it. And I was there one time, and I saw a man come in with a heart attack, and they're like, yeah, we can't treat a heart attack here. This is like a big, 5-6 story hospital. Like, it's not massive, but we live rurally. They're like, yeah, we can't treat a heart attack here. And the wife is like, well, where do we go then? And he's like, well, the EMTs can keep him here in the holding area and we can try to keep him stable, but we have to ship him out somewhere that does treat heart attacks. And I'm like, sitting there like, this is the worst thing I have ever heard. I mean, shouldn't you have a sign? If your big sign says hospital, shouldn't you have a sign that says like urgent care and not hospital? I don't know. I thought I'm laughing, but it wasn't funny for them. So I'm just saying, this hospital just doesn't seem to be the hospital. So we're just going to take him to a different one. Yes, insurance is terrible, especially his, which is why I'm still trying to find a private insurance company that will take him. I have not found one yet that will take him, but I'm still looking. I have not given up yet. So I'm going to lose some on that edge. I was trying to see where I wanted to cut it. So let's cut these down and make these pages. An abscess after her first surgery. Well, I'm glad that she is recovering, and hopefully he has had quite a few antibiotics, and I'm hoping that there's not a resistance situation going on now, because he has had so many. He was just on antibiotics for something else unrelated to what he's got going on, just in the last week. So he just finished that course. So these are going to be fun little strips to play with, either tiny, tiny skinny tags or dangles on top of tags. So I'm just cutting these 2 pages. And they're leaving me with lots of fun bits to play with. And I'm enjoying the process of page construction this way. It is a slower process. You don't just get to fold your pages and boom, you have a journal. But I think it's kind of relaxing too. This one needs some trimming the other way because the pages aren't quite lined up. I'm cutting off this side because I get all the little numbers down the side. I think that's fun. I'm just going to trim the top of this because it is kind of overhanging. And the rest of that's good. It has been a struggle, and I know so many people have the healthcare struggle, and I don't understand why it is the way it is right now. Like, I don't know, COVID just messed up the system so bad or something. I mean, I know there are also other stresses I'm just not talking about. But, anyway, I don't know why everyone has to have such a hard time getting healthcare right now. And it's not just us. It really is everyone. Both of these need trimmed. I mean, heaven forbid you have something serious going on. You go to a hospital and they tell you, oh, we don't treat heart attacks here. You go to an ER, like it's a full hospital. It says hospital. They tell you we don't treat heart attacks here. It's crazy. It's crazy. What do you treat here? Mostly I see people that just needed an urgent care. They might need stitches or they might need an x-ray, but it seems like the major things they don't treat there. Okay, so let's look at pages. Let's look at what we did. We still have, we're done actually, but I'm going to go longer if you guys want to hang out with me. Normally I do a 3-hour one on Friday. I'm just going to keep going. For anyone who needs to leave at 7, because that's the normal time, I will say good night. But for those who are hanging out with me, let's just keep going. We're here. We have everything. everything we get done tonight allows us to play with mixed media tomorrow, so that's cool. So this is my stack of pages. Now, 3 of these, I probably will not put all 3 in the same journal. Probably 1 page out of this pile can go in this journal and the other 2 can go in the other journals. I make 3 at a time. And so this is our stack without any pockets or embellishments. They're going to get hole punched, so they will be in all the way. But for right now, we're looking at that. I think that's a good start. That's a good start. It's looking nice. I'm going to love this journal. I may end up having to keep 1 of the 3 of these. They're going to be so cute. So cute. I saw the bingo cards and I knew that we had to do this. So thank you for going on this journey with me. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I wish we could find better healthcare also. Nothing to do in the hotel. I know, Ria. I'm sorry. But when you get home, the kit that you were gifted by Kendall, I think. Yes, Kendall. Should be at home for you. Hello, Shelly. Thanks for joining. I'm going to keep going. I'm not quitting. I'm just reading chat for just a minute. Oh, goodness. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't have the resistance. I know that they did find a bad infection at one point in his nose, or a bad bacteria in his nose, and it did have resistance in it. Making my back to journal. Awesome, Robin. Awesome. Oh, if it's your heart, you go right in. Yeah, they didn't turn them away, but they sent them somewhere else. I know. Something like that, Melanie, dictates your treatment. Something like that. Goodness. So many stories. I'm really hoping so. The doctor said that they may, when he's in the hospital, they may open that area up. Like if it is an abscess, they may open it up. And maybe they can get some cultures or something that way. Because the infectious disease specialist wanted them to get cultures, specific cultures that he ordered from the sample when they were supposed to do the needle biopsy, but they didn't actually hit the area, so they didn't get any sample. So this one actually has holes punched in it, but of course they don't line up in the paper. So I will re-punch these and then punch my holes, probably. So we just have some copy dyed cardstock. We have this one, which is just kind of a base layer, and I'll layer from there. We have the pocket braille page. I'll space them out. This isn't the order they're going in. I'm going to show you the digitals that I purchased off of Etsy and printed, and some things that were not on Etsy that we can talk about too. I'm not necessarily using digitals as pages. I have some that I'm planning on gluing to cardstock, but not that many. Most of the stuff in here is just going to be antique and vintage things for pages. And then for some ephemera, decorating. Basically, the ones I bought on Etsy are for decorating. Just because, I didn't have enough decorations, I guess. I don't know. So this is where we're at right now. I will probably add more pages to this. But for now, and then these 3 cardstocks will never be close together, but they just were cut, so they are now. Or 4 cardstocks. And then this is our coffee dyed cardstock, just for writing space and whatever. So I will have some white cardstock tomorrow in the morning. I will have some white cardstock that I'm going to do some Tim Holtz mixed media things to, such as I have some stencils that I'm going to put resist spray through and then spray in the splat box. So I'm going to use some of those as pages. I'm going to use that white mixed media or watercolor cardstock as pages, but those ones I want to do mixed media things to. So I'm going to add those pages in, but we're looking pretty good here. We've got a good start. Just so you know, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 pages, and I have 0 Tim Holtz yet and 0 mixed media. So we have a good start. We're going to add more pages, but I just wanted to kind of show you guys that. Let's play with some of these, and let me get to the fresh comments, the new comments. You travel 2 hours? Yeah. Unfortunately, the big hospital that's an hour and 15 or 20 minutes from me is exactly the same way, and it was bad when my mom was there, so we don't want to go there either. It's all part of that same network. Okay. So this I have as a printed paper. I have something very similar to this one. This one's cool. That one I like for color. This one is good. So I'm just going to make some of these into pages. A lot of these, I know where they came from. Okay, let me show you the digitals, and then we're going to play with these Tim Holtz papers. The digitals that I purchased off of Etsy. No, wrong scissors, these scissors. I will try to remember the shop. I know you guys like it when I share that information with you. I also want some dictionary pages, so these need backed to some cardstock. I want some plain dictionary backgrounds to do some things with, so we can do that too. The digitals. There are a lot. I always print a lot and prep a lot. Oh, goodness. And then whatever I don't use, I just have a file that I keep things in. Where all of this dust comes from. I have a file that I keep things in. I put my template and my B in there. This digital is called, the shop is called North Street Mercantile. It is called Natural Halloween Clusters. I don't know. It makes these. The digital makes, sorry, these little 3 clusters. And so it gives you the base, and then it gives you these little embellishments. I'm probably not going to make them exactly like they have them here, but I did like the little embellishments. So I printed those, and then this sheet also. So I kind of like this project. I might make them similar. I don't know, but there's 3 bases, 2 sheets of bits and pieces. I printed a couple sets of those. I think 2 for the journals. And then after that, this one is Halloween collage strips. I don't know which shop this is from, but it's Halloween collage strips. So little bits and pieces that can be cut up and used, or for a quick tag, like we had some leftover cardstock bits that were plain. For a quick tag, you could glue this down as your tag base and then do your embellishing and layering up on top of it. But I'm probably going to cut them up and also use them as a base. It just depends. So I am doing at least one of them, a more vintage or retro Halloween that is not scary, that is mostly just like the cute kids and pumpkins and things like that, and the retro things. So these collage strips matched my decor, at least for one of the journals. So I printed those. I don't remember the shop. I do apologize. Oh, I guess there's 3 strips. There's these two that are neutral toned and that orange one. This one is a little spooky. And then after that, it doesn't say, I don't like it when the digital designers don't put their name on here. So we know, so we can tell people. I don't know where these are from either, but these are some like vintage wallpapery looking prints. They are not mine. They're from some shop on Etsy. I am so sorry. I don't know. But I'm going to glue these to cardstock, and these will be some pages also, as well as making, you know, collaging and masterboards and whatever out of these things. But these are just the patterned papers. So if you didn't have cardstock that was Halloween themed, this is available on Etsy. This one plus many other ones are available on Etsy. You don't have to use any digitals at all. I almost got away without doing it, but then I got weak. So there's these and these. This is all the same one, I believe. And that one. And that one. So this is what I want to use in the master board. Just a bunch of book page and Halloween patterned things. I don't want any focal points on it because I want to do the embellishing over top of my master board. So we can do master board. That's those. These are from Graphics Fairy. Owls. And then these will be journal cards. Yep, a Halloween drawer. That's perfect. Again, tag backgrounds, masterboard, whatever. All of this is from Graphics Fairy. And you'll notice Tim Holtz has a paper that's from this. Like, here's the Tim Holtz version. Here's the Graphics Fairy version. So Tim also uses Graphics Fairy images. Graphics Fairy uses public domain images, so I don't know who gets what from where, but I do know that they're public domain, and that's why they're available. So there's that. This is also one of, like, let's just pull his things. I'm not trying to, like, be mean to him, but I'm just saying, this is Tim's paper. This is the one at Graphics Fairy. So if you're a premium member, you have access to a million things at Graphics Fairy. So there's those backgrounds. There's these. This is vintage wallpaper backgrounds. Again, for collage, love it. These ones, all Graphics Fairy. This whole pile. There's some pockets. There's that pocket. I don't know if I'll use it. It's a little naturey to me, but it's there. These ones. Scooting it up. So see this pattern? This is Graphics Fairy. This is Tim Holtz. I thought it was kind of funny. You know, I don't care where they get it from. I like it, so it doesn't matter. I printed that 3 times because I knew I wanted all 3 of them. Those are pockets for journals. So we've got 3 sets of those. Then Graphics Fairy also has some little quotes or words kind of printables. So there's this one. And it's Academy of Witches. So it says a bunch of little witchy sayings. Funny sayings, actually. Can you guys read them? And then there's a couple of those. And then after that, there was these pages with the owls. And again, I just thought I could make a page out of this to fit my journal. I wasn't sure if I was going to use them, but they're there if I do. There's a different one. There's only 2. I'm not sure which direction I'm going, but they're there if I want to use them. If not, I don't really care what I do with it. Eventually, I'll use it for something. Then there's these words. It's not really Halloween, but I liked the black behind them. And they're just kind of nice words. So there's that. And then there's these. These are book covers. I think I'll make them into pockets, probably. There's these Halloween mansion kind of pages. I am going to use these. They have botanical and mansion. And then there is these words. And then some more pockets. Then there's these words or sayings or quotes or whatever. So lots of fun things in the Halloween printable things that we can play with. And these also, I guess. I thought we were done, but we're not. The raven. And then some little things, some little labels, and I thought we were done. Little labels. I don't know why it will not print two to a page on that. It's ridiculous. Little tags. I'm not sure if we're using them, but they're there. Little vintagey things. More vintage. Oh, and a printing label. I am so sorry. Why is this here? Why is this here? I am so sorry. That is not supposed to be in digital. And I don't use that printer to print shipping labels. So I was confused as to why it started up and started printing as soon as I turned it on, but that's why. Great. Okay. So sorry about that. Lots of places have things. I will caution you guys to please not mention other shops by names. Creative Fabrica, Collage Soup. You guys cannot be telling that in my live. You guys can be telling that anywhere else you want, but I am not like licensed to talk about different companies. I mention things that I am responsible for, but when you guys mention it, I am still responsible for it. So I will ask you guys to not say things, companies by name without, it's okay. I'm not mad. I'm just telling you because every time it happens, somebody gets upset about it, either the company owner or what. Most of them are fine, but like the rules say not to mention it. And then I've said this before, and then other people are like, well, you let so-and-so say it. And it's like, I try to catch it, but I can't catch everything. And the reason why I don't want you guys to say it is because I'm responsible for every little thing that you guys say. Which is why I'm really supposed to have a moderator on the channel that is supposed to be watching the chat while, because even during a live sale, there's no way I can sit here and read every single comment right as it comes in. And so I am supposed to have a moderator on the channel that is reading the chat as it's happening and making sure, everything's okay. Not that, I mean, it's only happened a couple of times that something was said that I could have gotten in trouble for. One time somebody said something that YouTube literally could have banned me for forever just because somebody in my chat said something. And they didn't mean it mean or in an inappropriate way. They were saying something that is just a no-no. You just don't say it. And it actually happened twice with two different people saying something, just mentioning something that is like a banned word. Like you cannot say this word. And they weren't saying it to be like derogatory or whatever, but they said it. And so just know that mentioning company names and things like that, we're not licensed. We're not, we don't have a contract that says we're allowed to promote them or that they even are okay with their items and their companies being talked about on my channel. It can kind of get into like a copyright or trademarked phrases or sayings or words or whatever kind of a situation. So that's why, although most 99.9% of what you guys are going to say is going to be fine, there's some times where it's like, oh no, we can't talk about that kind of a thing. That's all. The Facebook group, you guys are allowed to, you can link videos and things that you guys do. You can't link videos that other people do. You can promote anything that you specifically do, but the same thing applies where you can't promote other people's things, but you can promote what you guys do. There's not a specific rule, like the Facebook group is a baby Facebook group. I haven't really gotten to the point where we needed to like spell out every single rule yet, but we're getting there because, sorry, the camera's blurry now. We're getting to the point where it needs to have more rules, but the Facebook group, I don't really think people go in there and be like, let me advertise this other person's whatever. Most people go in the Facebook group because they made something or they've made a video. Like you can put your YouTube videos in there. You can put things you've made. You can put, things. We're close to 1,000 members. I said when we get to 1,000 members, you guys can put sale listings in there of things that you guys have made and you want to sell. You can do that. I don't want there's certain companies' links that you can't put them in the Facebook group. And it's not because I have a problem with it. It's because they have a problem with it. There's some kind of scams and things with certain places. So I'll put it in rules, but it's not a problem. And I'm not going to make the group have 1 million rules. If we have to end up like that, then it's just no fun for anyone. It's not any fun for me because I honestly am not going to spend all day trying to enforce rules. So I would rather just not have the rules and just everyone play nice together kind of a situation. But as we grow, inherently, we'll have to say something as it comes up, I guess. I don't know. I've never had a Facebook group before. And so I'm just learning kind of how it goes. I have been told and have heard certain situations in Facebook groups kind of get out of control. So I'm trying to avoid those for us. But yeah, if you bought something and you did a haul, sure, you could post that. There's not restrictions on those kinds of things. It's just, stuff that you're doing or you're involved in, I think is fine. But straight up promoting a company that doesn't, the Facebook group is called Junk Journal Makers. If it's not related to a junk journal, it probably just doesn't belong there. I don't know. It's probably not the best place to put it, I guess, if it's not related to junk journals. Okay, let's get started making something before I just talk on. What do you guys want to make? Do you want to make masterboard? Do you want me just to make pages? I think it's pretty boring for me to make pages. You guys have seen me make pages. I don't think you need to see me glue anything else to anything else tonight. Let's make a masterboard. Let's do that. Let me get rid of these haunted house pages and these word pages and get back to these pages. Let's make a masterboard with some of these patterned papers. If you guys don't have, if you can't think of a Halloween digital that you do have, something that you could try, if your printer will allow you to print, say you have a wallpaper, but it's in pink. Try printing that wallpaper in black and white. Some settings, you can darken it pretty easily. You could try printing something that you already currently own in black and white and then use that part in collage. You could stamp, if you have a stamp that is a florally background or something, or any kind of background, you can stamp that in a colored ink. There are ways of making collage bits that are orange and black without actually having a printer to print orange and black, if that makes sense. Good night, Susan. So sorry, we're going late. Good night, Susan. Thanks for joining. Yes, let's do a masterboard. Okay, so I'm going to use some of these and some book page. That's basically it, unless I throw some florals or something else in there, like botanical florals. Let me get one of those 12 by 12 pieces of cardstock. And there's that piece of cardstock I was looking for earlier. Let's decide. I like this side. So I'm going to collage on this side. Let me push this out of the way a little bit more so we can scoot up on camera. Me, so I can scoot up my camera. I'm really not in camera yet. Sorry about that. So I'm going to use these pattern papers. Book page. We need book page. Where is that tub of book page? Right here. So this tub has all different kinds of rag paper pages that when I tear them out of the books, they don't tear out perfectly. They get torn, the corners get torn, whatever. So I just put them all in a bin and then I can use those in collage. I also have a big bunch of scraps somewhere from the last project, but I don't have it in here. So it's not in here. I can't use it. We're going to use this. When we're done, we can cut up the masterboard, maybe decorate. I don't know. Oh my gosh, masterboards are so much fun. I really enjoy them. Although I know that I want something that is hiding way back here in the corner before we begin. Ouch. I can't even walk in my room. It's too crowded. I want this little book of music. Sorry if you can see any part of me reach into camera. There's a book of music in my rag paper book stack, and I need it because this book, I think I bought this book at Goodwill or something. I don't know. But this book has smaller print music in it. So I kind of like it, and I knew that it was going to be black and white. So let's use some of the smaller music. If you have like a hymnal book, that would be good to use also. Sorry, that is extremely loud. 2 should be good. I might have to make 3 because I might have to make 3 masterboards, 1 for each journal. I'm going to tear 1 more out while it's here. Okay, I just use this for collage for the most part. We could use that for page too, though it is the right size. Anyway, so we have our book page. Sorry, camera freaking out. We have our book page, and we have music, and we have some things with pattern and color on them. Basically, that's my formula, other than maybe Drool Worthy bin. That's so funny. Okay, for speed, and because honestly, it doesn't matter, I'm going to cut it. Lots of people are like, oh my gosh, you have to have a torn edge. No, you really don't. If you like a torn edge, then you can have a torn edge. I do like a torn edge, but I think the time that it takes is not worth it. Not when it's something that you're going to decorate over top of anyway. Like I'm cutting this bottom section off, but for me, it doesn't matter enough. Not on a collage masterboard. If I was collaging on a pocket, absolutely. If the collage was the focal point, absolutely. But because it's a background, I don't care. I just don't. I don't know. For speed's sake, I shouldn't even cut both of them at the same time right now because you guys are going to have to sit through it. So let's just cut up some book page while we're here. I just cut up music. What do we have? Let's cut up some of this. So when I start making a masterboard and I don't have scraps, I mostly cut off the white margin area to start. And then I cut up some pieces into smaller pieces just to give myself a head start. And I did leave a little bit of white here, and it's because sometimes I want a little bit of white. Let's see what else we have. Like this one, the whole folio tore like that. So there really isn't anything that you can do about it. It just happens. There's string in there. So those, let's cut these the long way. And these ones I'm going to cut here. So we're just making some scraps right now. This one I might save and put in a cluster. Let's cut up this. And then before I sit down to actually make this cluster, or this collage masterboard, sorry, I keep saying cluster. We're going to have to get another glue stick. What is this book? Look at this like super grungy page. Music book of some kind. Okay. We'll save that and we'll tear it as we need it. What else is in this bin? I know we need another big page. This page is super thin and torn right there. I hope you guys are crafting along with me with Halloween stuff or fall or whatever you're doing. How many of you are doing Halloween as a journal? How many of you have created a different kind of a journal, like a fall journal? I was always curious how many people would buy a Halloween journal kit, and I was honestly afraid to do it because I know a lot of people do not do Halloween. I normally don't either, but I just felt it this year. And I'm doing it kitty, so not too doing it kitty, not to be too scary. I don't know if we need that one. Let's do this one. This is German. This one's actually fine, and it has a wormy hole in it. I'm going to save that one. Let me see if there's a grungier one or something that's more torn up that we can use. Like this one is missing its edge. So some of them, the printing is different on one side. So you'll go to cut off a white edge, but the text block actually is on the back side of it over further. That's always interesting. So on that one, I'm just going to leave it torn, and I'll collage over the torn bit. I want the German. So like this one is torn. We can use these little Roman numerals right there. And then for embellishments, I'm going to have to find some Tim Holtz things, I think. I haven't quite figured out how I want to do the embellishing. I know that I want a lot of layering, but past that, I don't know. A whole bunch of things clustered on top of a whole bunch of things. Makes little sense, but I think this is one where I can give myself permission to just layer and layer and layer. Whereas normally I feel like, oh no, that's too much. You can't put all that on there. Anyway, so happy to play with Tim Holtz things. For me, it's just freeing. Look at this page. It's pretty. Well, everything else is pretty much more of the same. Like we could have this. I know there's some of this in the journal, but we could have this. I like the color of it. So to make a speedy masterboard, we've pre-cut. I can't even throw away the bits of rag paper. I have to save them to stamp on. Anything else in here that's worthy of anything? Can you guys see a little bit? Kind of not. What if we use one of these? Just one. We can sacrifice just one. And from there, we'll cut it up. Okay, before I cut forever, I'm going to put this in the trash bin, but you know I'm picking that rag paper bit out. Okay, let's start. You love steampunk? That's awesome. Steampunk is cool. Cool. All right, let me move that off to the side. So in order to keep going, because we're over time, I need to run and take some medication. And then I'll be right back. It's literally going to take me 30 seconds or so. And then I'll be right back, and we're going to make this masterboard. I didn't tear any of these or cut any of these, but we're going to use them. I will be right back, like 30 seconds. All right. Well, it would have been shorter, except for I dropped my pillow on the floor and then had to look for it. So that's what happened. Sorry, guys. Mm-hmm. Thank you for allowing me to do that. I appreciate it. I love those pages too. I have just a little bit of them. Okay. This guy. I'm going to take this one, this one. I think we want some green in here. Definitely this one and this one. Taking every other one and leaving myself a full one to play with at some point. You guys getting what I'm doing? I'm going to cut them all of these ones. So now we're going to have lots of scraps for all kinds of collaging things later. I don't know if it will cut this many, but we're going to try. It does, but it complains about it. I don't need much. I just need a couple and probably like differing widths. Otherwise, they will all start to look the same. Oh, goodness. I promise not to put you guys through that again. We're done. So we did that. I didn't find my German, so I'm just going to use this one. Now from here, I can take the pile and just cut it with scissors. I don't even care if it's not straight. It's collaged, so it doesn't matter. I would prefer if I didn't cut my finger, but other than that, we're good. And then these ones will be smaller. And then I'm going to throw all of this in a bin. And I'm going to shuffle it up and just kind of pull pieces and put them down. What you guys talking about? Oh my gosh, you have to make a master board. Oh my gosh. Somebody posted in the group and they were saying that they made a master board and that it was hard because the one that they were making required you to just tear pieces of paper or use scraps that were torn all different kinds of like jagged angles and layer and layer and layer and layer. And honestly, that would be hard because you have to make it so. Her complaint was it was so thick when she was done that she couldn't really use it for what she wanted to use it for. And so my suggestion is that you don't make them thick and that you don't use jagged pieces. You can use jagged pieces if you want, but if you use jagged pieces, like, torn scraps, like the corner of this, if all of your pieces are torn like that, you do have to layer over the torn edges, right? At least on the first layer. Some people prefer that look, and that, it's all a personal thing. But for me, I like rectangles or squares or some type of right angle kind of piece of paper. And I think one layer is sufficient. So you can do it really, really fast. Preferably, you have some scraps that you can access. I just don't have any scraps in here. I have a million other things, but I don't have scraps. So I'm going to use book pages, and we're just going to start gluing. So we have some neutrals and we have some color. I want some botanical. My glue stick got too dry. I want some botanical, but I don't have any at hand. Lots of glue on that one. Ew, goodness. It's super sticky. I left my glue stick open and it got too dry. And so I like to start in the corners. All I'm really worried about, like I can overhang it. It can go over the paper, but I don't want it to be in the paper, right? I want at least to cover the edge. And I'm just going to kind of pick and choose whatever piece happens to find my finger, I guess. I don't know. Let's cut this here. And let's cut this here. And let's put that one. And I like them to go different directions. And I like them to be different sizes. Like this one can go over here even. I don't care. We could start one over there. Maybe book page in the middle and then that one. Like I don't really plan it. I'm going to do it the fast way. I showed you guys this way last time and I like this way. I'm just going to do it the fast way. You cut all your pieces. You take your glue stick and you glue a corner, a section, half of your thing, whatever you want to glue. And you get it all gluey. Not a super big place because you don't want it to dry before you can get paper on it. But this way I think is faster than gluing each piece on a glue paper. It just takes a long time. So just take it and stick it. And then this one, like they're already going in a different direction. I don't care. It's fine. It's good. And then we need regular book page. And it doesn't matter. I want the text to not be the same direction all the time. This text is upside down. That's exactly perfect. You don't want it to be the same. You don't. Like this one, I want to overlap right there. So if I want it to overlap, I'll just make it overlap. The most important thing when making a masterboard is using the right kind of glue and a lot of glue. You want your masterboard, those little pieces, to stay stuck on there. I don't want to have to sew over mine. Other people like to sew over theirs. It's a matter of preference. I would prefer if I didn't have to sew. And like if you need another area to start gluing, then just glue another area. I just think this way's faster. But don't glue the whole thing unless you're really super fast at putting together puzzles, because that's basically what this is. And don't forget to glue, you know, every little tiny, tiny, tiny piece has to be glued. You can't leave any open places. Like right here is an open place. You need to slide it down. Okay. I'm sticking. I need something a little different. What is different? That's black. This is different. I don't want it next to each other, and I don't want it next to each other there. So I guess we're going here. It's like putting together a puzzle where all the puzzle pieces can be used anywhere. Let's do some more music. Good night, Kim. Thank you so much for joining, for watching. Kim, I'm so sorry. I showed your address and your label. I didn't know it was in the printer thingy. I do hope you forgive me. I am so sorry. It was in those papers. I'm so sorry. That's never happened before. I shouldn't just flip through a pile of papers from the printer. Right when I turned the printer on, it started printing something, and I was like, well, what is it printing? I had been printing some digitals, though, so I thought maybe it was just something left over from that. So sorry. That's so bad of me. I hate when stuff like that happens. Bad. So I'm not overlapping necessarily. I'm just getting it right up to it. And then like right here, there's no glue. So just kind of fold it forward. And when you fold it forward, you can just glue right onto that piece and then flip it back. Ideally, you'd glue up to it, but let's finish this other section here. And so far, I haven't put any botanical or anything. I am doing a very, very basic collage thing. Let's do a big chunk of this right here. It's just background, right? So we don't have to be so overly stressed about a masterboard. A masterboard isn't supposed to be stressful. It's just supposed to be stuff glued to stuff. What do we have? That's small. That can kind of go right here and cover that. I don't think I need it to cover. Oh, there's two of them anyway. I don't think I need it to cover quite that much. And over glue, because, you know, glue dries. It dries clear. It's all good. Okay. Let's glue another section. Just I'm going to let that glue kind of dry there. And we'll do this corner. When I'm off camera, I can do a masterboard in like 15 minutes if I have scraps. If I don't have scraps, then it takes me a little bit. Okay. I don't have any of this, so let's go ahead and put that way. I'm going to have to overhang it because it's torn right there. See, I just overglued it. Totally good. Okay, music. I'm going to try to go a little bit smaller here and right there. We have this. It's too close to the other one. Let's put it over here. In a moment. I don't know. Let's just glue it. page. Yep, that will work. Big old goo goober. I am aiming for straight, as far as like not everything crooked, but other than that, right angles. Some of this really tan paper would be good. Probably use pattern there, but what about a strip of it here? One time I sat down and I used an entire box of glue sticks making master boards. I was having so much fun. So I'm going to go over this edge of paper here. During COVID, I would just make master boards while I was watching the news. I felt like it was like less stress hearing all of that terribleness if I was collaging while I was hearing it. I don't think we used this one. It's kind of similar to that other one though. Maybe the diamond can go here. I need something dark. This diamond can go there. Yeah, so I don't know how many I made during COVID, but a whole lot of master boards. Like I said, I went through a whole entire box of sticks one time, glue sticks one time. I think there's like 24 glue sticks in a box from Amazon. I don't know. I want to move that one up now that I see it. Once it's cut, it will be fine. Yeah, I'm going to leave it. I should have, or maybe should have, covered that, but I like this little water stain that's here, so I left it. I need some little pieces. So these little guys, that one can go there. It's okay. I'm just re-gluing just to make sure. Then something needs to go there. I did have some little bits. So sorry you guys couldn't see that. I have just this pile that we cut of a bunch of little pieces. And I'm just looking for something a little different. Like this is such a small text. It doesn't fit. Honestly, I'm going to go pattern there. Let me have a strip of this right here. It's a whole lot of pattern, but it's going there. I love making master boards. I wish that was my only job. To just sit and do it. And see, I left those long because I'm going to cut the edge anyway, so it doesn't matter. Again, it's all about saving time with that, right? So let's glue up the whole rest of this corner, and then we'll go over from there. Okay, let's get this piece somewhere. And then we can cut this up and play with it. Just to make sure that this edge has enough glue because it's overlapping a little bit. Let's go ahead and sacrifice it. I don't want to do it so long there, but maybe there and over here. Another good thing with putting your glue first is you can just overhang them and cut them later. I like how it says Juliet. I need that brown. These guys here. I hate to lose a little bit of it, but I do need to cover this torn piece here. I didn't quite get it. It's not. all of these black and white ones were printed. Is that blue, orange paper Italian? Blue, orange. Are you talking about these? These are all black and orange. They might look blue, but they're black and orange. They're printed, a digital kit from Etsy, these ones. I wish it was Italian. I do have Italian. I just didn't bring any of that paper in here. We'll make another one. We're going to make many master boards for these journals. So we will make another one where I will do Italian, probably again mixed with some of this just for color. But what if we did that there? I kind of like it. It's just open and different. So a couple of things. I don't really love it overlapping there. And that's what happens. We didn't cut it straight. By we, I mean me. And we put it up too far. It's still not straight, but I'm going to live with that one. This brown line here is the edge of the paper. It's super old book page from the 1600s. Okay, so that I don't drive myself crazy, A, I don't really want my glue page glued to it, and B, I need to trim off these super long pieces quick so that we can use the rest of them. And then I'm just going to find my edge. Because once I start going over, I tend to keep going over, and there really is no need to go over. Like, it's convenient, but we're almost done. Okay, those are pieces we can keep. These are pieces we can throw. I like it. It's cute. Needs a whole lot of flattening, but it's cute. Okay. And I have enough pieces here. I probably could do 2 more of these ones. I'm going to use this right here. And I'm just going to glue that whole thing down right there. And I just glued my map again. Okay. My page is a 12 by 12. I like collaging masterboards in 12 by 12 because they yield the perfect amount of tags and journal cards and pockets. So we need some more music. I want a bigger piece, I think. This looks about the right size. Because we're going to go right there. Perfect. A 12 by 12 literally can be 12 minutes or less if you have scraps. But glue your board and then put your scraps on like I am. It's just easier. It's just, I don't know. It's just easier. Let's just leave it at that. We already have that dictionary. We don't have this. So this will be our last piece, and then we're done. And you don't need to do another layer on your master board. The next thing that you do is you cut it up into your pieces, like, you know, and I'll go over that like I have before, but I'll do it again. The reason I use 12 by 12 is because when you cut it, it yields you. So like if you do a 3-inch tag, just to make it easy, if you do a 3-inch tag and you have 12, it's 12 inches this way and it's 12 inches this way. So if you want to do 3-inch tags, you're going to get 4 tags going across here, like 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't need your tags to be 12 inches. So if you wanted 3-inch by 6-inch tags, you get 8 tags out of this master board. What I like to do is either a 3 or a 4-inch, maybe a 3.5-inch pocket or journal card across the bottom. So I will cut one strip, the whole strip of the length of it. And if we let this dry for a few minutes, I'll show you how I cut it up. I have before, but if we take a ruler and just say I want a 3.5 inch pocket. So I would make this bottom piece 3.5 inches, like here. I will just cut off this whole piece. That will be the first cut that I do. And then from here, I might cut it to, you know, like 4 inches or something and make 3 journal cards. If you wanted to do 3x5 journal cards, then, you know, you could cut it to 5 inches. And even if you cut it to 5 inches and you did, you know, journal cards, you're still going to have really nice journal cards. You could do 4x6 journal cards. So if you cut it to 4 inches, so you're cutting it here 4 inches, and you want 4x6, you're going to get 2 4x6 journal cards out of just this bottom section. And then your top section can be your tags. You know what I mean? You can decide how tall you want your tags. It just leaves you a whole lot of things and ways to cut it when you do a 12x12. When you do 8.5x11, first of all, you're starting out, you know, at 8.5. Most tags are at least 3 inches wide. So if you did if you were working on the 8.5 inch side, you're really only going to get 2 tags plus a skinny tag. And 11 inches, you know, you might get 2 5.5 inch journal cards, but 5.5 inches is too wide for a pocket for a 9x6 journal. Normally, you don't have a 5-inch page. Once you've sewn it in, you have 5.5 exactly, but you can't really get a 5.5 inch pocket on a 5.5 inch page once the signature's sewn together. Most people do like a 5-inch pocket. It's just easier to work with and play with on the 12x12. I know, I'm sorry. I do wish that we had the black and orange. I wish that they did more. You know, I don't know how Halloween is in Italy, but I wish that they did more like a traditional Halloween kind of color. And honestly, I probably should have put more color in here. Like there's a whole lot down here that doesn't. But the good thing is when you do a master board and when you're done, you know, the whole page is covered and you look at it again, if there's an area where you want more color, you just take a piece of paper and, you know, cut a piece and add it. You can add a little bit more. Like if you wanted to add some more color to it, you can. Like this area here could use a little bit of color and this area here could use a little bit of color. Other than that, there pretty much is color throughout it. So we could just do it and then it's there. But the other thing is when you cut it up, a lot of people like to turn it over and cut it from the back and then you just cut. And that way your eye is not trying to be like, oh, well, I don't want to cut here and I don't want to cut there. Like I suggest you just turn it over and you just cut the pieces into the sizes that you need. And then you flip them over when you're done cutting them and you kind of get a surprise. I think it's kind of fun that way. I actually enjoy it. It's just kind of weird because it's something so simple, right? But it is satisfying to kind of see oh, that piece came out really cool. Because like I've been telling you guys for a couple of weeks now, anytime that you take an area and you end up with a small little section of it, it just visually looks different than it does as a whole. Like if I took this page and I just said, okay, you know, this page is cool. But if I took a section of this page and I isolated just a small section, your eye focuses on what is most dominant in the section you're looking at, right? So an element can get lost when you're looking at a big thing, but when you cut it to something small, you can appreciate the small little elements more, I guess. Your eye does, at least mine does. So anyway, that's that. I think I am going to add just a couple. First of all, I've got all straight edges here and I don't know. It just needs a little something. So let's just add a couple more color pieces down here. I was going for the home run of being done and now I just would like a little more. So we have that one there. We have orange there. Let's add this black one here. I think that's okay. It's not my favorite. What is my favorite that is over here? We have a lot of black there, and we have diamond there, and we have that one right there. This one could go here for color. I don't want to make it too big because I don't want to lose my page, but let's just use a little bit of that right there. Or this one could go there. I actually prefer the black one there. So let's do the black one there. I can't have all this orange though. I need a little bit of black to break that up, and I don't want diamond and diamond. I could just use another piece of this. It's just then these two kind of compete. So I need something a little different. That'll work. Let's do, that's almost too black though. Too much black together. Goodness. See, now we're like going over and over again. We don't need to. We just used that. We just used that. I need something different. I don't know what I have left. Nothing. So we're going to have to make a decision. I could do this one there. It's okay. I can do it. I do need a straighter cut though, but I can do it. If you cut your pieces with your paper trimmer, your like paper chopper, the little small guillotine, you're going to get straight cuts. But it was hard to cut through all those pieces, so I just didn't. And I hand cut them with the scissor. And my eyes are never straight. Like, they don't cut straight. They don't allow me to cut straight. It just doesn't happen for me. And instead of using a glue page, I'm just winging it here. Do you guys want to cut it, or do you want me to cut it tomorrow? You guys want to cut it up and see what we get? Or should I do another one, or what do you guys want? I'm just playing now. I think it'd be fun to cut up, but that's my opinion of it. Wipe some glue off my fingers. Yes, Kat, you want to see it? I kind of want to see it too. Let's do it. Something different, and then we have a bunch more to make. So to cut this one, because it's 12 inches, we're going to need this trimmer. It does cut better when it is, let me see, when it's drier. My old schoolmaster's desk, which this is, it has these pull-out sides. So like, you know, the desk is long like this, and then on either side it has these pull-out wooden, it's just a plank of wood, but you pull it out and it's like a little tabletop. I always forget that there is one on that side over there. So I pulled it out, and it is now holding the bin of scrap paper. It's not really scraps. So I am going to cut this side just because I think tags, my eyes already decided these are tags. So I said I was going to cut it upside down. I did say that. Let's do that. Except for I still want to cut that side. And I have a little bit of overhang that needs dealt with. And then we're cutting. So I'm cheating and cutting that one section because my eyes have decided that that needs cut. I don't know why my brain says to do what it does. But I find that it's better to listen to it. Okay. So if I cut this at 3 inches, it's going to leave me really long tags. And I know that our journal is only 8 inches tall. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this bottom one. What am I going to cut it at? If I cut it at 5, that leaves us 7-inch tags. I think 5 is good. 5 is good. So let's cut it at 5. This cutter always cuts the opposite way. My other one goes out this side. In the other room, the cutter, the little swing out arm like this is on the other side. Or the Caterpillar also has me cut on this side. And this one has me cut on this side. So because it's curly a little bit, I'm trying to line it up perfectly at 5. So I cut it at 5. And so I want to work with this section. And I know I want 3 by 5 3x5 journal cards. Although, you know, this journal is a different size than my normal 9x6. So my brain's automatically going to 9x6 things. We cut it at 5. Let's just do some 3s. 3s will be easy. So we'll do 4 3x5 journal cards from this bottom section. The glue is still wet. The Tim Holtz cutter does not like wet glue. It doesn't, and you're not supposed to do it, but we've done it. So we got 4 3x5 journal cards so far. And they're not cutting perfectly because it's wet. Wait for yours to dry. They'll be fine. We're not going to look at them until we look together. I'm not going to cheat. And then these are tags. Although I have a little bit of overhang here. And when you make it on cardstock, it is so easy to trim off the little overhang bit. So easy. Because the cardstock is so thick, it just naturally guides your scissors right along the edge. So you really cannot mess that up. Lose sound. Oh. Well, I'm glad that it's back on for you. So then I'm going to do 3-inch tags because that way I get 4 of them. So I'm just going to cut them at 3 inches. And again, it's wet. So you really got to hold down both sides and line them up well because the paper is so curly and bumpy and bubbly. So we have 4 3x5 journal cards and 4 3x7-inch tags. Let's see what we got. And then let's make another one. Okay. Let's look at the journal cards first. Right after I attempt to flatten them. They're really wet still. Okay. Journal cards. 1. Beautiful. This brown space is the edge of the book page. I'm going to decorate over it anyway, but it's there. It's not a place I missed. It's the edge of the book page. Then that one. And so you might determine, oh, well, you know, I want it like that. You can turn them around. You can put them whatever way you want. And then there's that one. And then there's that one. So see, when they're smaller, they're just infinitely more cool, I think, when they're small. There's something about smaller things, like your eyes instantly see more detail than when it was on the big masterboard. And there's still wet glue right there. Okay, so tags. Those were journal cards. They need to be flattened. Tags. That's the first tag. So my eye says that needs to be at the bottom. It is a bit, it's a lot there, but you know, after I decorate and put a label, I think it's fine. Then there's that one, which I need to go that way. Beautiful. And then there's that one. I don't know. I might put it like that. So far, I've turned just about all of them. And then there's this guy. And again, he would probably go this way. He's just, I don't know. My brain just says that. And see this little corner right here is peeling up. Any of those little things that peel up like that, you need to put art glitter on. You can try to get glue stick in there, but usually glue stick, if it didn't hold it once or whatever, just go for the art glitter the second time around. And because it was wet, it's actually, that's just the edge overhanging. But when you cut them when they're wet, they don't cut perfectly. And you might actually, when you drag especially the slidey cutters, when they're wet, you might actually tear what you've collaged on top of cardstock. So just be aware. Be gentle when you're cutting it while it's wet. Okay, so what do you guys think? I think we need some Victorian ladies on these. Can I get Victorian ladies in my Halloween journal, please? Some French fashion. Good night, Melanie. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Hopefully you can join again in the morning. I know not everyone can spend every waking minute with me, but it was fun. It is fun. Yeah, so we ended up with some cool pieces, I think. you know, I like them. So I could stop with this collage here. There's a little weird strip here, but I'm not going to worry about any of the little bit that might look weird initially until after we decorate. Because when we decorate, you might already cover it up with what you're doing. So don't stress about it at this point, right? Like this little bit that's plain right here, you could stress about it. But when you put something on it or decorate it, or maybe when you finally decorate it, you decide you want it this way and a label goes there and whatever. Like, so don't stress about little bits until you're at the final decorating stage. So there's those. I like them. I love them. I think they're great. These normally could be a pocket in a journal, but for our pages, they're kind of small, aren't they? I think they are. Let's look. So like this is a page. I mean, because you got to remember you got to leave room for your rings. It's not terribly small, but I think we could go bigger. I think we could do a 6-inch pocket on these pages. I mean, maybe you don't want to because you're not going to fill it with giant things anyway. But not that you would put the two together. But I think if you did a little bit wider of a pocket, then you could get two things layered in your pocket nicely. So I don't know. I think we'll go a little bit wider when I actually do pockets. Okay, that was fun. We got some ephemera done. We've got these tags that this could be the backing, but they're on copy die. So I think I'm just going to leave this as the front. They need cut down, but into little tags. So we have that made. What do you guys want to do? Want to do another one? Hello, Debs. Hello, hello. You want me to find something different to collage the next one with? I have enough scrap, like of all that I cut or that I prepped, we still have a massive pile. There's probably enough to do 2 or 3 more. Like, because these are all like stacked up. I could go find some Florentine paper. That I know I could do. And then there's these too. We could do one and add brown into it. Shall we add some brown into it? I don't know that I like the brown with it because we have this brown. I don't know. I'm going to think about that. My eye says no. My eye says something else with brown. Yes, Florentine. Okay. So I have a pile of scraps, but I know that the orange paper is not in there. I have to dig in the box for the orange. Let's just grab some Florentine and we'll play with it. I have some scraps, so let's see if we can mix some of this with some Florentine maybe. Or maybe we just do Florentine. I need to go grab it though. So it would be a minute. Not a long minute, hopefully, but a minute. Let me go grab some Florentine paper. We'll make another one. I'll be back. Give me like maybe 5 minutes. I do have to hunt for the right color of Florentine. So like go get a drink. Kits. Oh my gosh, Kibs. I'm looking at Debs saying kits. Oh goodness. It's been a long Friday. Debs, kits are still available. They are. They're 65, and if you want one, you can tell me here or you can message me. I'll be right back though. Let me go grab Florentine. So there's some scraps and some Florentine in here. So I'll be back. I'm going to go grab more Florentine, but there is some scraps and Florentine in there. Okie dokie. I got it. I pulled us some beautifulness. Okay. Before I cut these up, yes, I have 17. Let me find the scraps in here. I literally have not done anything with these journals since I was with you guys. So there was some scraps that I put in these bins. There's sections of scraps. Here's the neutral masterboard from last time. I still have to finish these journals and I need to do it sooner than later because people are waiting now. Yep. So I will get them done. I don't know when, but in the next week or two, they will get done. I have a pile of scraps in here. Somewhere. Oh, right here. Okay, so this is the Florentine scrap section. Move that out of the way. These are all Florentine scraps, and I would prefer to keep them in one location. So that works out. And then I would like some of this ledger that's down here too. Because on this masterboard, if we're doing Florentine, I think we should mix it with like old handwritten things, old handwriting, and ledger, and fun things like that. If we're going to go super elegant, we might as well go super elegant all the way, right? So let's do that. These ones are just fun to play with. I mean, I have a million ledger pages, obviously, but I'm just seeing these are already, this is already the scrap section. All of this right here. Okay, maybe not all of it. But a lot of this, even that could be used in a masterboard. These are all scraps. Scraps, more scraps. Okay, I'm quitting. Mostly. Yes, I'm quitting. Okay. Thanks for allowing me to go in there and get that. That was super fun. I gotta finish these guys. Okay. Let me put this away. Kinda, sorta. And then let's make some more scraps. These papers, to my knowledge, are not in my scrap pile. And I'm just going to quickly rough cut them. Don't cut yours like this. I'm just going to quickly rough cut us some scraps. See, they want to slide when you cut them this way, and inherently they're going to be crooked, but it's okay. These are scraps. Here we go. Nobody cry about it. All right. For our purposes, we just need small pieces. And 20 by 28 will give you infinite amount of, look how crooked that was. Infinite amount of pieces to play with. Especially if you're doing masterboards. So, I'm just going to cut. And we're not going to worry about straightness at the moment. We're going to worry about time. I say that, but I did some small pieces there. Every time I do a craft with me video, my nose feels like it's going to run. It doesn't. It's just gets stuffy. I think it's because I have my head like looking down at my desk for so long. So these are the ones I cut for a fall, Halloween, whatever masterboard. I stayed with a very neutral I don't know, it's green and it's orange, and there's a hint of a little bit of yellow and brown color palette. So those are the ones I quickly grabbed to go with all of the other scraps that we have. Okay, so we have those scraps done. I have a whole bunch of little like book pagey scraps. Those are the small scraps that were left over from before. And then I know that we need some ledger. So we could even use these ads. Those are fun. I don't know what that is. I don't want ledger with blue and pink on it. Like, I don't want ledger with blue and pink on it. So no ledger with blue and pink. There's lots and lots of small scraps. Is there? That's a masterboard piece. That music is fine. These are tiny pieces. I'm not even going to bother with those ones. Those two are okay. I think I need to make more masterboards for ephemera for those other journals too. That one's a good one. Those are all fine. I wouldn't mind some botanicals, but I may end up having to decorate with botanicals. I don't know. We'll leave botanicals out of it for right now. Those are fine. That's fine. That's fine. I know I said it would be quick, but I got to hunt for scraps now. I said it would be quick if we had scraps. Okay, here's some other ledger and miscellaneous. And here's some other small pieces. Any digitals that you want to cut up? Those are obviously great. Did I glue these ones together? I did not. Any digitals that you want to cut up, those are great for collage. We could have some of this super old 1600s handwriting. I think we need to make pages out of this. Because from the 1600s, their handwriting is already spooky. Yes, I have glue and black ink all over my fingers. It looks terrible. More ledger. This can go in these. And then I told those. Okay. Hopefully we have enough now. Hopefully. Let me move these out of the way. All my stuff stuck together. Okay. This ledger page has pink and blue on it. Let's cut this up for handwriting. You guys still with me, or did you fall asleep? Well, I went and looked for pieces to play with. That one's got writing on it. It's probably getting late for some of you. For others like me, it's like what, 8:30? Yeah. 8:30. Probably just make this one last masterboard and we'll cut it up and we'll see what we get out of it, and then we'll be done. I still need to cut it. I like the handwriting on this side better. I was trying not to waste any handwriting, but we're going to have it on that side. Okay. Did you see I'm using the cutter because I was unhappy that my other pieces were slightly crooked. Not enough anyone's going to care when you decorate over it, but yeah. All right. The rest I will cut with scissors. I wanted some ledger. I'm just afraid to use those ledgers. And then these were the other Florentine papers. They're not really, like, this one is green and that one, and maybe we could use those, but I think we have enough Florentine. So let me get rid of this pile so I can get my Halloween pile back. There we go. Okay. Ready to glue? 11:30. Maria, oh, you're a trooper. Thank you for hanging out with me, guys. Okay, one last masterboard, then we're good. The last one was so fun, I don't want to quit either. Okay, let's do it the fast way. We have we have some book page in here. We have some handwriting here. And we have Florentine there. This ledger is okay to tear up. And I like it because the handwriting on it is fairly small. So you don't lose a whole lot in margins and whatever. Like there's not a whole lot of open space. So I think it's good. This is from 1879. 1879. I apologize. I'm cutting it up for collage. But you guys probably thought, first of all, most of you, well, all of you are not here anymore if you wrote this in 1879. But you probably figured this was a disposable thing anyway, so hopefully you're not offended. Not that they are. Let me cut this up quick. This is the German that I was looking for. I really like the German kind of Gothic type in a Halloween journal. So I definitely heavily want to use the German book page. This one is really on the thin side. Again, the thinner papers that might not be good for other types of ephemera are great for collage masterboards. I'm going to save that book page number up there. And let's cut this right like this. What else needs cut? I'm going to go ahead and do this one. I'm going to do it. It's from 1637. It's an original. It's not a scan. But I want this Gothic. It's not Gothic. I want this medieval. This medieval text. We will use it sparingly, but I want this medieval text. Not text, handwriting. Goodness, I can't talk anymore. I've been up since 5:30, which I know is not super early, but it's early for me when I went to bed at like 1. So I didn't go to bed at 1. I just fell asleep at 1. My brain doesn't let me sleep anymore either, and it's because I had coffee yesterday. Okay, we're good. I can't pick it up. Okay. If there's anything else in here that I need, I'll cut it as we do it. So I have 2 piles. I have all of this, which I'm not sure we're using the printed pages out of this pile, but I think the book pages and or the music. And I have this, which is more of old book pages and different kinds of things. So, and then we have Florentine, and we have some ledger, some handwriting, some ledger and book page in there. Ready? Yeah, it does. And so I have to decide, like, do I like that side for writing on or this side? I think I'm going to glue on this side. I usually don't like do too much grungy. Let me go ahead and get a book page under there, and I'm going to glue this top corner. Again, the glue stick started to dry. Let's get this done and cut, and then I can feed my son and do some things in preparation for the morning. 7 o'clock comes pretty early. Let's start with some handwriting. These pieces I need to check both sides. And I can't really see all the way up there in the corner, so try not to stick my head too far underneath. Like, I don't really want the red even, but it was a scrap that was already there, so all of that. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. So that's going to be my next piece. We can go German book page. got a little, I'm going to try glue sticking it, but we're going to use our glitter at the end. So I'm going to stay away from this pile other than the text. I'm going to do this one here. Am I, or is that a little bit too much? Let's do it over here. I know I want it. I just need to find where it fits. Okay, there we go. There's that one. Sorry if my head got in there. It's hard to see. Okay, we have a whole lot of green. I want to add some orange next. The small pieces up here at the top. Not those pieces, these pieces. Let's do this one. And so your Florentine paper, some of it has some text on it that I want off there. I want some music also. So I don't really want that music. I want this music. This music is very, very old, like rag paper, music paper, and I love it. Let's use that side. That side is fun. Let's go up here. And I guess if I end up with a big gluey mat in the end, I can wash it. I'm going to do that, but I want to overlap a little bit. Okay, there's that one. Let's do it. Okay, then I want some of this writing, like this signature. I need a little something else. It's missing something, my little formula here. I need a little something else. I think I want it right there. I just need to glue this whole corner. Hopefully you guys make masterboards now. I mean, I know some of you do all the, every time you make a journal, you do. I get it. It's not new. I'm not doing anything rocket science here, but it's fun. So I look forward to seeing all of your masterboards in the Facebook group this weekend. I think I said I was putting this here. Okay, there's that. Let's go back with some more of this now. I have handwriting and handwriting. I'm going to go there on the corner. And we'll have some overhang. I need a big strip of floral. That's a whole lot of floral. I like it, but there's a little piece. We're just going to do it. And there's a little section there that needs something to cover it once we get this down. One side of this is crooked, so I'm just going to hang it off. I don't need to hang it that much, but yeah, it's not going to cover no matter what anyways. That's fine. There's a little piece here, and I don't want to cover that up, so I'll have to get creative to cover this little gap here and this tiny little gap right here. Could have used better selection of paper there, but I didn't. Where's the ledger at? And the German again. Let's do the ledger. I feel like this one is harder for me. this one. And this one, and this one we haven't used. Okay. I can do that one right there. Need something else. I'm missing something in this one. Off camera? Am I? I don't know. I see myself, but yeah. I need to slide up a little bit. Okay, so we're glued there. We need glue here, down underneath here. And then let's do this here. And I need to glue this whole corner down here. I just ran out of desk room. And when I craft like this, it's a good 10 inches away from me. It's just the camera angle, for live sale is different than what you would want for crafting. Okay. Let's do this guy right here. Let's do this one right here. And I'm just using scraps that I have now, so we're going to fill in a little bit here in a minute. Let's go and glue the rest of this. Super, super sticky. I'm just going to glue the whole thing now. Overlapping where I know I'm going to, and we'll get it. So other than this corner and filling in those couple little gaps, we're getting there. I know I'm going to need to do a little bit of adjusting. This one is missing something in the mix. My eye says there's something missing. I think it's probably more ledger, but I need to find it here in a minute. This piece is too big. I don't want too much brown. I can go here and I'll cut it off just for time's sake. There's this piece here. That can go right here. Dictionary. Dictionary is great. That can go right there. Let's go back and get some handwriting. Not really enough handwriting. This one will work. So I need to overlap. And I want to more overlap down here and leave this other little piece alone. Can you guys see? Barely. Uh-oh. Cracking people up, Joanne. Okay. Here's that. We just have here and this little section here. We have Florentine. I really could use something else. We have, what do we have for ledger? It's a whole lot of neutral, but I'm going to do it. and then I'll add something else. This little piece right here is torn, a little crooked, so we're losing that. And now I need more Florentine here. I don't want to use this one all the time, but I do like it an awful lot. It's going to have to be the orange one, I think. This guy. My glue stick is a mess. Yeah. Okay. There's that one for there. Okay. What do we need for here and here? We don't have a whole lot of this dark green on there. When we cut it up, it's not going to matter, but I have a whole lot of tan here. Let's use some more handwriting. I kind of want to put it right there, but that's not enough. And I love this little piece. Let's do it. Let's do this right here. Hopefully you guys can see this little section. Yes, you can. Cool. I gotta really overglue that. I don't want to lose this little bit of signature that's here. And I want to make sure we get that piece. Okay, so let's do little sections and let's do them in Florentine here. I didn't use a lot of this. Maybe that one. Okay. As much as I hate to cover up 1600's page. This is one I think is only going to look good after I cut it. I needed another couple of different things. Like I think I needed a little bit more ledger. It's okay. It's not my favorite, but it's okay. So for here, we have a lot of brown book page right there. And we have something kind of tan. I keep wanting to put more green on here. I really don't want to cover that up. And if I do cover it, I want the whole thing. And that doesn't fit anywhere now. Okay. What about this one? This one will work. Let's do that one. And let's do the whole thing. Like if we're going to cover it, we're going to cover it. So let's do the whole thing. And I hate covering up this 1600s page here. I really liked it whole, but made boo-boo. So we got to cover it. There we go. That's going to have a whole lot of Florentine in that section. So something like this might need put over that. We'll see at the end here. Let's cover this, and then I think we're covered at least. So for that section, I really like that dark green. But we have a whole lot of Florentine there, so it cannot be that. Do we have any more dictionary? Is this dictionary? It says grandeur. Let's do grandeur there. It's a giant thing, but let's do grandeur there. And that pulled up, so let's get that down. The little piece says grandeur at the top of it. Let's add some grandeur. Okay, so from here, I'm going to trim my edges. We're going to slide all of that over. We will make a couple little edits, but not too terribly many, and then we're going to cut it. I'm not going to stress about it because it's going to be decorated. And we don't know what it's going to look like until we're going to decorate it, right? Until we actually have decorated it. Maybe we're going to put a big element on there, and you're not going to see anything that your eye is seeing right now as a little bit displeasing. This is very wet. Ideally, you would let it dry. Yeah, it doesn't want to cut. So this is my favorite way for making masterboards. It's definitely the fastest, even when you have to go hunt for supplies. So that's our actual masterboard. I'll save the bigger scraps and toss the little things. You get rid of all these little cuts. I don't think it's terrible. It's just a little bit, I need some more room up here. It's just a little bit bland in some areas. Let's see how it looks when it's cut. And then if we need to change something and add a piece, I will. But I'm going to cut it first. Because we're covered, and why not? I'm trying to rub it. Sometimes the heat from your hand will help it to flatten out. Plus it feels good, honestly. You guys know I like paper. Yeah, let's cut it. It's not as pretty as the last one. I will give it that. It's super, super wet though. So we're going to have to be careful cutting it. I don't know how long that one took me, but a little while. A little while to go hunt for supplies for sure. Okay. So I didn't look at which direction it is. I'm not going to care. I'm just going to cut it. And this time I'm going to cut it 6 inches. And I'm going to make some 6-inch. Do I want this for pockets? I think I would just make a 6-inch pocket. But I also don't need more 7-inch tags. So let's cut 1 to 6. Yeah, let's cut 1 to 6. I mean, obviously they're all going to be 6 if I cut them at 6, but we could do some 4x6 journal cards. This is a different size journal, and I did not line that up. Dang it. I just took it for granted that it was. I think I got kind of lucky. I think I got kind of lucky there. Okay, so let's do 6-inch tags from here. Some kind of overhang here. It's just folding because it's wet. Sometimes when you go to cut it, it'll just fold. Yeah. A couple of things. There's a little bit right here that you can see is peeling up. It doesn't have glue under it. So you got to get your tip of your art glitter inside of there and then seal it. Okay, let's do some 6-inch tags. We get what we get, and we're not going to throw a fit. Thanks for hanging out with me. I know there's only 18 of you. What's up with sound quality? Is it bad? Uh-oh. Did I freeze? I froze. Oh, no. Oh, no. There I am. It's coming back. Hang in there. Hang in there. It's coming. There we go. Sorry, guys. It froze for just a minute, but it's back up. We're good. Can you guys hear me? Anyone still out there in crafty land? I'm waiting for you so I don't cut this without you. I'll line it up, but I'm waiting for you guys. Can you guys still hear me? Hello, hello. Anyone still out there? Yes, yay, somebody heard me. Cool. Let's cut it to 3. We have 3x6 tags, so let's cut 4 of them. Ooh, it's super wet. Tim's gonna say, what a good way to ruin the blade of your cutter. Cutting gluey things before they're dry. Okay, so there's 4 tags, which we're not looking at. Let's see. We have 6-inch. I was going to do 4x6 journal cards. Let's just do that. So we're going to get 3 4x6 journal cards out of this. They're big, nice journal cards. So let's do that. If we don't like it, you can cut it up or collage back over it. You don't really lose anything. So there's 3 4x6 journal cards. Okay. Oops. Bumpity bumpity. Are you guys ready to see what we have? And then we'll call it a night. Thank you guys for, letting me know. I know it froze a little. Is it back on or am I still muffled? I think it's just the internet world telling me that I should be done. Trying to flatten them out. Okay, let's look. I have 2 of them. So this is a journal card. I don't know. I like it like this. Journal card. We got a little strip here. I don't care about it. See, that's the way it was. Journal card. And journal card. I think those are cute journal cards. Really cute journal cards. And then you can see if you put a focal point on it, it's fine. You might, take this off and put something else like a bigger piece on there because it's just that little strip. So what I would do is find another piece of paper that you liked, maybe this one, maybe not that one, and just, add a bigger piece on there so that, because this little strip is probably gonna come off. It just depends. For now, don't worry about it. So for tags, those were journal cards. For tags, we have that one. You got all your pattern pieces on one side. You could do it like that. It could be a 6-inch pocket because our journal is wide enough. It could be a 6-inch pocket. It's only 3 inches. Normally I would have done 3.5, but whatever. Tag, journal card, whatever it is. If you put a focal point on it, I still think it's cute. And then there's that one. That one's got to go that way. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it goes this way. I don't know. There's a tag. There's a tag. And there's a tag. So I have a couple complaints on this one. A, I didn't have enough different things on the collage. I think I needed a different ledger page to mix in. B, when I cut it at 6 inches, I ended up with a little bit of small strips. Like there's a small strip here. There's a small strip here. There was a small strip on that journal card. So just make sure if you're going to cut it at 6 and you know that you kind of plan your pieces, your piece size accordingly. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. It is kind of random. Some of these thicker ones, they'll be fine on there, but some of them might peel up too. So if it bothers you, not necessarily saying this pattern piece, but just find a bigger piece that's a little bit wider and put that on. just so that this tiny little piece, see, it's already coming up, just so that that tiny little piece doesn't eventually come off. Same thing over here. So I think they're fine for now. For now, I'm just going to glue it and I'm not going to care about it. Later on, when we get to the decorating part, if it bothers me, I will care about it then. You know, we don't know what we're going to do with them yet. So we have some done and that's cool. I could see putting like some owls, you know, like maybe on this one, an owl would look nice on here. So I think we can decorate them and they'll be great. I'm not sorry I did it. I would have liked a little bit different of a mix, but on the fly, that's what we got. Okay, so I'm going to flip this camera around. I'm going to say goodnight, and then we're going to be back in the morning. In the morning, I'm going to do the mixed media project straight away because some of them need to dry so that we can move to like multiple steps. Where is my camera? Where is it? It's over there. Anyway, I'm sure I look a mess now. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I will see you guys 7 a.m. my time, which is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So in 10 hours, I will see you guys again. And this desk will need cleaned off so that we can do mixed media in here. And I need to bring some kind of like wet towels and dry towels and tubs of water and all kinds of things to like soak the glue and stuff out of paste out of my stencils. And yeah. So my plan is to do the things that need to dry first, so that by towards the end of the craft with me, we can do the final step on those. So let's have fun getting messy and inky tomorrow. Have a great night, guys. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you in 10 hours. Bye, guys. Like I reach over everything.